Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Misleading Markers, Lost on Familiar Trails. The morning smelled like rain held back by a stubborn sky. I didn't plan to be out long. Just a quick loop to clear my head before the work week crept back in. The trail wasn't complicated. Follow the red markers nailed to the trees, take the left at the split by the old oak, and then back down through the creek bed. Easy. I'd done it 100 times, and not once had I gotten lost. But today felt off. I noticed it first when I reached the fork near the oak. The marker was there, sure, red paint, faded, chipped, but the item pointed slightly the wrong way. Not wildly wrong, just enough to make me pause. I frowned, stepping closer, running my finger over the rough bark. The paint was fresh in spots. Too fresh. Someone had gone back and touched it up. I squinted at the stump nearby, where a squirrel usually sat chattering or burying acorns. It was gone. Nothing but bare dirt and a scattering of leaves. I told myself not to overthink it. Maybe a park worker had been through. Maybe the squirrels had moved on. The sky was gray but bright, the kind of overcast that softens edges and blurs distance. I tucked my hands into my jacket pockets and shifted my backpack higher on my shoulders. The scent of pine and wet earth mixed with something else, smoke. I blinked. No campfires were allowed here. Maybe someone had been careless. I followed the item, stepping onto the narrow dirt path lined with brambles and moss. The ground was soft underfoot, damp but not muddy. Birds flitted overhead, their calls sharp and sudden. I paused, listening. The woods were alive with small noises, the rustle of leaves, a distant woodpecker tapping out its rhythm. But there was something else, something quieter, that I couldn't place. A shuffle. Not ahead. To the side. Off the trail. I stopped moving. My breath caught in my throat for a moment. The forest was supposed to be empty this time of day. Weekday mornings rarely had hikers. I should have been alone. The rustling came again, this time slower, deliberate. Not a bird or squirrel. Footsteps. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. The trees stood still, their limbs heavy and silent. I shook my head, trying to clear the sudden tightness in my chest. Maybe it was a deer, or the wind pushing branches. But the sound was too regular, too measured. I stepped forward, faster now, eyes scanning the underbrush. The markers came into view again, a faded red slash on a birch tree. But something was wrong. The next marker should have been 30 feet ahead on the right. Instead, I found a bare tree, bark smooth and unmarked. I stopped. My fingers itched to check the map in my pocket, but I hesitated. Pulling it out would mean stopping completely. I tried to tell myself it was just a mistake, a missing marker, no big deal. Still, the knot in my stomach tightened. I took a deep breath, the cool air filling my lungs, sharp and clean. The quiet was suddenly oppressive. The footsteps had stopped. Not a sound now except the soft crunch of my own boots on leaves and twigs. The sun was slipping behind thick clouds. Shadows deepened, and the woods seemed to close in around me. I tried to keep my pace steady, but every now and then my foot would catch on a hidden root or loose stone. The ground was uneven here, more than I remembered. I stopped to brush dirt off my pants and caught a whiff of something metallic, like rusted iron. My gaze landed on a small, discarded bottle cap half buried near a tree root. It wasn't mine. I bent down, picking it up, turning it over in my hand. The edges were jagged, sharp enough to cut if I wasn't careful. Why would someone leave something like this here? Not trash, exactly. More like a marker. Or a warning. I slipped it into my pocket and kept moving, heart beating a little faster now. The trees thinned out, but the trail seemed to twist in ways I didn't remember. I glanced back again. No sign of anyone. No movement but the sway of branches in the wind. Then I heard it again, footsteps. Closer this time. Not behind me, not in front. Beside me. To the left. I stopped abruptly, breath catching so sharply it hurt. The sound didn't match my steps. It was slower, heavier, deliberate. I called out softly, voice cracking, "Hello?" No answer. Just the rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind through the pine needles. I told myself to keep calm. I was just imagining things. The woods were full of sounds, shapes that shifted with the light. But the footsteps kept pace with me, steady and unyielding. I started to walk faster, then broke into a jog, branches whipping in my face, leaves crunching beneath my feet. The path curved sharply, and I skidded to a halt. The markers were gone. No red paint anywhere, no item carved into bark. Just empty trunks and thick underbrush. The last light filtered weakly through the canopy, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the ground. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I'd forgotten how deep these woods ran, how they swallowed the world outside. The footsteps stopped too. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed hard. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. Something wasn't right. Not just a missing marker or a lost trail. Someone had been here, watching, maybe even waiting. I could feel it in the air, heavy and sharp. I wanted to turn back. I wanted to run. But the trail behind me looked different now, twisted, unfamiliar. The path forward dissolved into a tangle of brambles and fallen branches. I tried to steady my breathing and force my feet to move, stepping carefully through the undergrowth. The woods whispered around me, secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. The day was ending, and the forest was no longer the place I thought I knew. The shadows didn't just stretch, they seemed to lean in closer, as if the trees themselves were leaning toward me, eavesdropping on my every step. I knelt down and brushed away a layer of damp leaves from a faded wooden post. The paint was fresh, oddly bright against the grime of the woods. Where a simple item once pointed straight, the new one twisted sharply to the left, aiming toward a thicket where I hadn't seen a trail before. A tangle of brambles clawed at the underbrush, but the item was clear enough. Someone had put it there recently. Someone who knew these woods well enough to alter them without leaving a trace except for this. My fingers trembled as I ran them over the rough wood. The smell of wet pine and decaying earth filled my nostrils, sharp and cold, like the forest was holding its breath. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing as my eyes flicked around. I heard it again, the faintest crunch of footsteps, soft but deliberate, just beyond the line of trees to my right. Not mine. Not mine. Hello? My voice cracked, barely more than a whisper. No answer. The footsteps stopped. I waited, heart thudding against my ribs, muscles tense like a coiled spring. When nothing moved, I stood and stepped toward the bramble-choked path. If these markers had been tampered with, maybe following this new direction would tell me something, anything. The underbrush scraped against my jeans, sticks snapping quietly underfoot. I tried to ignore the growing knot of unease twisting in my gut. The light was fading fast, sinking behind the dense canopy. A cool wind stirred the leaves above, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke. I wrinkled my nose. Campfire? No, too faint, too distant, like a ghost's breath. After 10 minutes, the brambles gave way to a narrow dirt track, barely wide enough for one person. The trail was unfamiliar, twisted roots and uneven ground made it hard to keep balance. I glanced back. The original path was nowhere to be seen, swallowed by shadows and undergrowth. I pulled out my phone again. Still no signal. The screen's glow felt useless, a weak beacon in the darkening woods. Then I saw it, another marker. This one nailed to a tree at eye level. But it wasn't a symbol I recognized. A crude circle, roughly drawn with red paint, smeared as if the brush had been wiped roughly against the bark. It didn't match any official trail sign. The paint was wet, glistening faintly in the twilight. I crouched, peering closer. The smell of fresh paint was sharp, chemical, cutting through the damp forest air. I licked my lips. That tang of metal? No, just the aftertaste of the paint fumes, lingering bitter and strange. The footsteps came again. Faster this time. Behind me. I spun around. Nothing but trees, black trunks darkening into one another. The silence that followed was worse, like the forest was waiting for me to make the next move. I swallowed hard, the taste of dry earth filling my mouth. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was another hiker, lost or playing a prank. But the markers. No! This was deliberate. Someone was guiding me, or trapping me. The thought made my skin crawl. I crouched behind a fallen log, listening. The footsteps paused, then circled to my left. I could hear breathing now, shallow, uneven, but definitely not mine. A twig snapped close enough to make me flinch. Who's there? My voice was steadier than I expected. I'm not. Silence again. I debated running, but the forest had changed too much. The sky was a bruised purple now, and the first stars blinked weakly through the canopy. I couldn't see the sun anymore, couldn't guess direction. Even if I sprinted blindly, I had no idea where I was going. I pulled out the small flashlight from my pack. The beam was narrow but bright, cutting through the dark like an item. I swept it slowly over the trees. At the edge of the beam, something moved, a flash of dark fabric slipping behind a tree. Hey! I called out, voice louder but still cautious. I'm just trying to get out of here. No answer. The wind picked up, rustling leaves overhead, carrying a faint echo of a voice, or was it my imagination? My heart pounded harder, chest tightening as the cold crept deeper into my bones. I stood, brushing dirt off my pants, and forced myself to move forward. I had to find the main trail, or a road, or anything familiar. The markers might be changed, but maybe I could spot something else, broken branches, footprints, anything that made sense. I noticed the underbrush was thicker here, the trees closer together, like they were closing ranks around me. The air smelled damp, mossy, with a hint of something else, sour, metallic. I stopped and looked down. A faint smear of dark red on a leaf. Blood? I swallowed hard. My pulse quickened, but I fought panic. Could be an animal hurt itself, or maybe a berry stain. Still, the thought gnawed at me. I pressed on, flashlight bobbing with each step, until the path suddenly opened into a small clearing. Moonlight spilled in like silver water, soft and cold. And there, at the center, was a backpack. Familiar. I blinked. It was mine. Or at least it looked like it, same worn canvas, same faded patches. My fingers trembled as I stepped closer. The zipper was partially open, and inside, the scent of pine and sweat hit me like a wave. I crouched and pulled the pack out. The water bottle was still inside, but the map and compass were gone. I ran my fingers over the empty space, stomach nodding. Whoever had taken them knew exactly what they were doing. A rustling behind me snapped my head up. The flashlight caught a figure standing just beyond the edge of the clearing. Tall, shadowed, face unreadable in the dim light. My breath hitched. Looking for this? The voice was low, almost casual, but with an edge that made my skin prickle. I shook my head, clutching the backpack. Why are you doing this? No answer. The figure took a step forward, and I could see the glint of something in their hand, a crumpled piece of paper, maybe, or a cell phone. The light from it flickered, and I caught a glimpse of a map, marked with red circles and item. You don't belong here, the voice said quietly. Not anymore. I swallowed again, trying to force my legs to move, but my feet felt rooted. The forest closed in, and the night grew colder. Somewhere deep in the shadows, footsteps echoed, multiple sets now, pacing, circling. I wasn't just lost. I was being hunted. And the trail had only just begun. The figure stepped back just as the flashlight flickered again, the weak beam swallowing the edges of the clearing in jagged bursts. Silence. Complete silence. Then the footsteps came again, slow and deliberate, but definitely more than one pair. They weren't matching mine. They never had. They moved unevenly, circling, closing in. I swallowed hard, feeling the dampness of the night air settle in my throat. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I was rooted, frozen by something deeper than fear, something that felt like a trap snapping shut. Why? I whispered, voice cracking. Why me? No answer. Only the forest breathing around me, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the distant call of a barred owl somewhere overhead. I tried to make sense of it all, why the markers had been changed, why the familiar trail had twisted beneath my feet like a lie. It wasn't just a game. It wasn't just mischief. This was deliberate. And I was the prey. I shifted my weight, trying not to make a sound, but my boots crushed a brittle twig. The footsteps stopped. A breath, ragged and close. Not anymore, the voice said again, low and calm, like a warning. I edged backward, the rough bark of a tree biting into my palm. The cold soaked through my jacket, making me shiver. The idea of turning around to run felt absurd. The trail behind me was gone, erased like chalk on a blackboard. I tried to remember the last marker I saw. The red item, the faded paint on the tree trunk. But now, nothing made sense. The woods weren't woods anymore. They were a labyrinth. Why had they done this? Who? Questions spun in my head. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but the forest swallowed everything. No response. No rescue. Only the sound of those footsteps pacing again, just beyond the reach of the flashlight. I scanned the darkness, heart hammering against ribs like a trapped bird. My fingers trembled on the strap of my pack. The map, did I still have it? I fumbled inside the front pocket. Empty. Gone. Like everything else. A slow, deliberate step. Then another. I swallowed the bile rising in my throat. The figure was close now. Too close. Look, I said, voice barely above a whisper. I don't want trouble. The voice softened just a fraction, but the menace didn't fade. You've been seen. That doesn't mean I'm... No, the words cut through the silence. It means you're part of it. Whether you like it or not. Part of it. The phrase echoed inside me. What was it? A game? A warning? Or something worse? I took a breath, trying to think clearly. My mind raced back to everything I'd noticed since the morning, the way the markers had subtly shifted, the faint scent of smoke that didn't belong to any campfire, the distant hum of tires on gravel roads far beyond the trees. Someone was watching, planning, waiting. "You're not just lost," the voice said. "You're chosen. Chosen." The word tasted bitter, like ash. I wanted to argue, to fight it, but the truth was clear. I was trapped. The familiar woods had become a cage. The footsteps stopped again. I held my breath, waiting for what would come next. Then a hand touched my shoulder. Cold. Firm. Unyielding. I spun around, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The face was close now, young, sharp-eyed, unreadable. The stranger's lips curved into a small, almost pitying smile. "Welcome," they said. "There's no going back." Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted. No, not the ground. The reality itself. The forest wasn't just a place to walk anymore. It was a trap, and I was caught. I nodded, though I didn't understand why. Because somewhere deep inside, I already knew I had crossed a line. The woods had claimed me, and there was no turning back. The stranger's eyes glinted in the dim light filtering through the twisted branches above, their gaze piercing as if seeing every secret etched into my soul. "You've been chosen," they said softly, voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "Not by chance, but by design. The forest doesn't just take, it transforms." A chill crept along my spine. Transformation? What did that mean? I wanted to speak, to ask, to deny, but my voice was swallowed by the thick, damp air. Instead, I felt an odd warmth spreading from my chest, a pulse syncing with the quiet heartbeat of the woods around us. The trees seemed to lean closer, their gnarled limbs weaving a cathedral of shadows. Somewhere deep within the thicket, a faint whisper rose, carried on the wind, half a word, a secret syllable just beyond comprehension. The stranger tilted their head, listening. "Do you hear it?" they asked. "The forest is alive, and it remembers everything." I strained my ears, catching the faint murmur once more. The whispers grew, a tangled chorus of voices, ancient, mournful, warning. They spoke of lost wanderers, of those who came before me and vanished into legend, their fates entwined with the roots and soil. I shivered, suddenly feeling the weight of countless unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The stranger took a step back, blending seamlessly into the darkness. "You have a choice," they said, and for the first time, their voice held a hint of mercy. "You can embrace what you have become, learn the forest's truths, or resist and become another forgotten soul, lost to the wilds." I swallowed hard. Somewhere inside, a spark flickered fear, yes, but also a raw, stubborn thread of defiance. To surrender felt like death, but resistance might be worse. The forest's claim was real, undeniable. But maybe, just maybe, I could bend it to my will. The path ahead was shrouded in shadows, winding deeper into the heart of the forest's endless enigma. I took a hesitant step forward, feeling the ground pulse beneath my feet, no longer just earth but something alive, something connected. And as I moved, the whispers swelled, not in warning, but in welcome. The forest seemed to breathe around me, the dark swallowing the trail behind as I stepped deeper into the unknown. I tried to shake off the chill crawling up my spine, but the silence pressed in, heavy and thick. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals, only my footsteps and that other set, the ones that didn't match mine. They weren't always right behind. Sometimes they circled me, a faint crunch of dry leaves or the snap of a twig just out of sight. I couldn't decide if the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones was a taunt or a warning. A slow wind stirred the needles on the pines, and something in the air shifted. Suddenly, the trail markers I trusted all these years felt like lies nailed to trees. The item pointed in impossible directions, some upside down, some painted over with fresh white streaks that looked too new, too deliberate. I rubbed my eyes, convinced I'd misread the faded signs before, but no. The path was a maze now, every familiar bend turned strange, every landmark distorted. I stopped, breath coming out in quick, cloudy bursts. The forest floor was soft but uneven beneath my boots, roots rising like broken bones. My fingers brushed the bark of a nearby oak, rough and cold, grounding me, but the longer I stared, the more the shadows between the trees seemed to pulse, alive with silent watchers. I wanted to call out, maybe to the stranger, maybe to myself, but my voice caught in my throat. The air was too thick, like swallowing syrup. I forced my legs to move, step by step, deeper into the dark. Moonlight tried to pierce the canopy, casting pale, uncertain beams that flickered like ghosts. I kept turning my head, listening for that second set of footsteps. They were there, closer now, careful and deliberate, never matching my pace. I caught the faintest scent of something metallic, maybe rust or old tools, mingling with the dank forest musk. "Who's there?" My voice was low, hoarse, almost a whisper. Nothing answered except the echo of my own words. But the footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a whisper, barely audible, slipped through the trees. Not words I could make out, but a breath, a hiss, a warning. I made a choice then. I couldn't let this place own me. Not yet. I adjusted the pack on my shoulders, feeling the hard edges of the water bottle and the crumpled map inside. The map was useless now, but it was still mine. I traced a shaky line with my finger, trying to recall any path that might lead out. The problem was, every mental image was overlaid with doubt. A sudden snap, a branch breaking underfoot, jerked me around. Nothing. No shape, no shadow. Just the woods watching, waiting. My pulse hammered in my ears, loud enough to drown out the forest's breath. I forced myself to move faster, stepping over roots and loose stones. The air grew colder, sharper, pressing against my skin like a warning. My hands trembled, fingers digging into the rough fabric of my jacket. I tasted dust and something like burnt leaves, stale and bitter. Then a voice, clear and close, broke the quiet. "You don't belong here." I froze, every muscle taut. The voice was calm, almost friendly, but with an edge that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I scanned the shadows, heart pounding. No one visible. "Show yourself," I said, voice steadier than I felt. A figure emerged, stepping from behind a tree, a man, mid-30s, lean but not threatening in stance. His eyes glittered, sharp and unreadable. He wore a dark hoodie, the hood pulled low. He didn't smile. "Why are you here?" he asked, voice low. "I'm just hiking," I replied, swallowing hard. I got turned around. He shook his head slowly. "You don't get lost here by accident. Not anymore." The words hit like a cold slap. I wanted to ask who he was, what he wanted, but the forest seemed to lean in, holding its breath. "Look," I managed. "I don't want trouble." He studied me, then nodded, almost approvingly. "Good. Because trouble finds you anyway." He stepped closer, and I noticed the faint smell of sweat mixed with pine resin. His eyes flicked to the pack on my back, then back to my face. "You've been following the markers," he said, "but not the ones we put up." A flicker of understanding. This wasn't random. Someone had deliberately changed the trail, luring me deeper. "Who's we?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He smiled briefly, a flash of teeth that didn't reach his eyes. A group that cares about the forest. About keeping it pure. I blinked. And that means what exactly? That means no outsiders wandering in, no maps, no trails. The forest is ours now. I felt my stomach twist. So you're the ones who changed the markers. He nodded. We protect what's ours. I swallowed hard, the weight of the situation sinking in. I wasn't just lost. I was trapped in a territory marked by people who saw me as an intruder. Look, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't want to fight. Just let me go. His smile faded. It's not that simple. A rustle in the brush behind him made us both turn. The footsteps closer, sharper. More than one. Time to decide, he said, voice low. The forest seemed to close in, the shadows thickening until the night was nearly complete. My breath came fast, and I could taste the metallic tang again. My mind raced, searching for an escape, a distraction, anything. Wait, I said suddenly, stepping forward, heart pounding. What if I help? Show you what I know about the trails. Maybe I can be useful. He considered this, eyes narrowing. Useful how? By telling you what's out there. What changes I spot. I know this forest better than anyone else. A long beat. Then he nodded slowly. Maybe. Behind him, the others emerged, silent and watching. Their faces were hard, unreadable. I counted 6 more. The stranger reached out and touched my shoulder, firm but not cruel. Follow us, he said. And don't make a wrong move. I had no choice. The night swallowed us, the forest alive and watching as I stepped into its darkest secrets. The path ahead was no longer mine to choose. And somewhere, just beyond the circle of their dim flashlight beams, the footsteps resumed steady, patient, waiting. I wanted to believe I could outwit them, that my knowledge of the woods would save me. But as the cold night air bit through my clothes, I realized that this was no longer just a hike. It was a test. My limits were about to be pushed, and failure meant disappearing into the shadows forever. The forest had claimed another soul. Mine. The forest never looked the same after that night. I woke the next morning with a raw ache in my shoulders and a persistent taste of cold earth in my mouth, like the forest had seeped into my skin overnight. The sun was higher than I expected, slanting through my window with an awkward brightness that made the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, feel too small, too exposed. I sat on the edge of the bed, the memory of footsteps, those slow, patient steps that didn't match mine, echoing behind my eyelids. It was strange how silence could be so loud. The police came by later that day. They asked questions, their faces polite but distant, like they'd heard versions of my story before. I told them about the altered trail markers, the footsteps, and the strangers who'd appeared out of the dark. I left out some details about how one of them had said, "Follow us, and don't make a wrong move." I wasn't sure if they believed me or if it would sound like a tale spun by someone who'd wandered too far, lost in the woods in the night. Detective Harris was patient, though. He listened without interrupting, jotting down notes on his clipboard. When I mentioned the footsteps, he raised an eyebrow but didn't dismiss it outright. People can get lost out there, he said carefully. Sometimes other hikers or hunters might be nearby. Could be someone trying to scare you off the trail. I wanted to say it wasn't just that. There was something more deliberate, more organized. But I held back. I wasn't sure if I was convincing even myself. That night, the taste of damp leaves and pine lingered under my nose. I kept hearing those footsteps in my mind, steady, patient, waiting. I tried to sleep, but every creak of the old house sounded like someone stepping just outside the door. My hands trembled as I reached for the lamp, the light stabbing at the dark corners of the room. I realized then that the forest had changed me. Not just because of what I'd seen or heard, but because it had stripped away my confidence. The woods I'd known since childhood, the familiar paths, the comforting markers, had been rewritten while I wasn't looking. Even now, in the safety of my home, I felt the lines between known and unknown blurring. I started waking early, restless, drawn back to the edge of the forest. I couldn't ignore the feeling that the strangers were still out there, watching, waiting for someone else to wander off the trail. It was as if the woods had become a trap, and I was the only one who'd realized it. One afternoon, I returned to the trail, daylight thick and forgiving. The markers were different now, altered in subtle ways, the paint seemed fresher, the item pointing where they never had before. I traced my fingers over the bark of a tree, the roughness grounding me. I had to understand what had happened, even if the answers were buried in the shadows. As I walked, I noticed faint disturbances, broken twigs, flattened grass, signs someone had been here recently. The footsteps. They weren't just in my head. The feeling of being followed returned, not with the sudden shock of the night, but as a slow, creeping awareness. I tried to trust my instincts, but they tangled with doubt. I stopped at a clearing where the moon had caught me the night before. The ground was disturbed, footprints pressed deep into the soft earth. Some were large, others smaller, mismatched like a puzzle missing pieces. I knelt, feeling the cold seep through my jeans, and traced a finger along the edge of a boot print. The soles left no brand, no logo, too generic to identify, but too deliberate not to be noticed. It hit me then. These people weren't just strangers. They were organizing, mapping, marking territory. I swallowed hard. This wasn't random. It was a game, and I'd been an unwilling player. I left the clearing quickly, heart thudding in my ears. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see those faces again, the watchers, the silent ones who cornered me in the dark. Instead, only the rustle of leaves answered. Back in town, I started piecing things together. I called local hikers, checked online forums, anything that might explain the strange activity. There were rumors, people going missing, trails being closed without notice, signs vandalized or replaced. Nothing concrete, but enough to make me question how well anyone really knew the forest anymore. I found myself avoiding the woods at first, but the pull was too strong. The forest held a secret, and I needed to confront it. Weeks passed. I stopped hiking alone. I carried a map, an old compass, and a charged phone, though I knew reception was spotty at best. The markers remained altered, but I learned to read the subtle clues, scratches on bark, moss growth, the way the light fell through branches. The forest spoke in a language I was relearning. One evening, I stood at the trailhead as the sun dipped low, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth. The footsteps were quiet now, but I felt them in the back of my mind, like a pulse beneath my skin. I wasn't the same person who had wandered those woods months ago, confident and sure-footed. I was more cautious, more aware of the shadows cast by trees and people alike. But I was still here. I thought about the stranger who told me, "Follow us," and the unspoken threat in their voice. I realized they'd tested me, pushed me to the edge. Maybe to see if I'd break or disappear like others before me. I didn't want to disappear. The forest had taken something from me, a sense of safety, perhaps, or innocence. But it couldn't take my will to understand it, to survive it. I walked into the trees, the trail markers guiding me in their altered sequence. I didn't know what I'd find, or if the footsteps would fall in line behind me. But I was ready to face whatever waited in the shadows, even if it meant walking the line between fear and resolve. Because sometimes, the real horror isn't what's out there. It's what stays with you long after you've left the dark behind. And as the night deepened, I kept moving forward, carrying the forest's secrets with me. Story 2, Phantom Train, the tire that defied logic. The highway stretched out like a ribbon of black ribbon under a sky pinpricked with indifferent stars. I had the windows down a crack, enough to catch the night air, cool, dry, with a faint metallic tang that reminded me of old machinery and dust. It was the kind of silence that settles deep in your bones. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my breathing, the steady rise and fall, to keep the creeping tiredness at bay. Driving alone at night always did that to me, made me feel like I was a part of something bigger but also completely isolated. The dashboard lights cast a sickly green glow across the steering wheel, and my eyes kept flicking to the fuel gauge. It had started to drop a little faster than I expected, inching down in a way that didn't quite add up. I had filled up just before I left, topping the tank to the brim. The gauge needle was supposed to drift lazily, not plunge. I glanced at the GPS too, no sign of a gas station for miles. The next rest stop was at least 30 miles away, maybe more. I told myself it was just the cold messing with the sensor. That made sense, right? Cars have quirks. I've had enough to know that sometimes the dashboard lies. Still, I made a mental note to stop soon, just to be safe. About 10 minutes later, the fuel light blinked on. Not a steady glow, but a slow, deliberate blink. I blinked back at it, unsure if I was imagining things or if the light had a pulse. It was eerie how quickly the warning came on, as if the tank was bleeding emptiness. I tried to ease off the gas, thinking maybe I could stretch it out, but the needle kept dropping like a stone. Then I noticed something else. The car felt off. The steering was lighter, almost too light, and when I glanced at the right side mirror, the rear tire looked lower than it should. I squinted, pulling over onto the gravel shoulder beneath a cracked, flickering street lamp that sputtered like it was about to give up entirely. The light cast long shadows, and the wind picked up, carrying a cold edge that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I killed the engine and stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots. The air smelled faintly of oil and something else, something sharp and acrid that didn't belong. I circled the car slowly, looking for damage. Nothing. No nails, no shards, no cuts on the tires. Yet, the right rear was unmistakably flatter than the others. I crouched down, running my fingers over the rubber. It was cool, almost damp. I pressed my palm against it, feeling the slow, subtle give beneath my hand. The kind you expect with a puncture, but again, no visible hole. My mind scrambled for explanations, temperature, pressure changes, maybe a slow leak from the valve stem. I tapped it lightly with my knuckle. The tire made a dull, hollow thud. I stood up and peered down the empty stretch of road in both directions. Nothing. No lights, no movement, just the vast nothingness of the desert night. The street lamp flickered again, buzzing like an old fluorescent bulb on its last legs. I pulled out my phone, but the signal was patchy, 2 bars, then 1, then nothing. Great, I muttered under my breath, the sound swallowed by the night. I called my brother earlier that evening, just before the sun dipped below the horizon. He'd been worried about me driving alone at night, but I brushed it off with a laugh. "I'll be fine," I'd said, probably too firmly. Now, standing there, the dark pressing in, I wasn't so sure. I crouched back down by the tire, squinting at the valve stem. The metal looked clean, no obvious cracks or loose parts. I twisted it slightly, careful not to lose the tiny cap. A faint hiss whispered out. The air was leaking. Slow, but steady. My stomach tightened. I moved to the other tires, checking each one. The front right was also a little lower than it should be, but not as bad. The left side felt normal. This wasn't just a coincidence. Someone had been here. Someone had done this to my car. But why? And when? A dry twig snapped behind me. I spun around, heart thudding. A coyote? No, too close, too deliberate. Just a rabbit darting into the brush. I exhaled, shaking my head at myself. I was alone. I was safe. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. The wind picked up again, rustling through the cracked glass of the street lamp, making it flicker faster. I pulled my jacket tighter, the chill finally settling in. I thought about waiting in the car, windows up, engine running. But the fuel light was on, and I didn't want to risk getting stranded with no gas and 2 flat tires. I reached for the emergency kit under the passenger seat, my fingers fumbling against the cold plastic. No spare. Of course. I should have checked. I cursed myself quietly. It was just one of those days where nothing went right, and now the night was stretching out before me like some kind of test. I sat back on the gravel, leaning against the cold metal of the car door. The silence wrapped around me, thick and heavy. The highway behind me was a thin line of darkness, and ahead, nothing but the empty road and the flickering light. I thought about the people I'd passed an hour ago, a lone trucker at a rest stop, a couple in a beat-up sedan, faces blurred in passing headlights. None had stopped. No one had noticed. The tires continued to deflate, slow but merciless. I could almost hear the air escaping, a faint, sinister sigh in the night. I checked my phone again. No signal. Only the distant hum of the highway, empty, endless. I was alone. And the night was just beginning. The night hadn't softened. I shook my head, exhaling a slow breath. That made no sense. Tires don't just lose air like this. Not evenly, anyway. Not without a leak. And yet, there it was, 2 tires, both bleeding air like they'd been sabotaged. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. The screen glowed weakly in the dark, useless. I tapped the screen a couple of times, hoping for a burst of bars, a text, anything. Nothing. The silence swallowed any hope. The distant hum of the highway was a thin thread in the night, but it was there, the faint buzz of a truck's engine, the occasional chirp of crickets somewhere down the embankment. A dog barked far off, sharp and lonely. That sound made me realize how isolated I'd become. I didn't want to stay out here all night. Not like this. I needed to figure something out. But what? My emergency kit was useless, no spare tire, no pump, no tools. Just a sad little bag of band-aids and jumper cables. The gas gauge had been dropping faster than it should, too. I hadn't thought about it at first, but now it was impossible to ignore. The needle was almost on empty, and I'd only driven 20 miles since the last stop. Something was wrong. I pulled the car door shut quietly, the metallic click too loud in the stillness. I paced around the vehicle, running my hand along the driver's side tire. It felt normal at first touch, no sharp edges, no cuts or dents. But when I pressed my fingers into the rubber, the soft give told me the air inside was gone. Slowly, methodically. I crouched by the rear tire, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. Who would do this? I muttered to myself. The thought came unbidden, unwelcome. Someone had to be out here with me. This wasn't random. It couldn't be. I looked up and down the road. Both directions stretched empty, swallowed in darkness. No headlights, no movement. The flickering light from the distant sign was the only thing breaking the black. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the quiver in my hands. I wasn't imagining it, there was definitely something off. The gas gauge, the tires, the silence. It all added up to a puzzle I couldn't yet solve. I sat back on the gravel, the cold seeping through my jacket. My phone buzzed suddenly once, vibrated against the seat. I jerked upright, heart jumping. A message? No signal. It had to be something else. I checked again. Nothing. The sound came again, faint and rhythmic like a tapping. Not mechanical, but deliberate. Somewhere near the back of the car. My breath caught in my throat. Hello? I called out, voice low but steady. No answer. Just the tapping. Closer this time. I stood up, every muscle tightening. I circled the car slowly, eyes searching the shadows. The tapping stopped, replaced by a soft rustling in the brush near the roadside. Who's there? I asked again, louder now. Nothing but the wind. The rustling faded away. I leaned against the hood, hands trembling. Sweat beaded in my temples, cold despite the warm night. Maybe the tapping was a branch or an animal. But the timing was too precise, the feeling too wrong. I thought about the people I'd passed an hour ago, the trucker who looked me over with wary eyes, the couple who didn't bother to slow down. If someone wanted to help, they would have stopped. Right? I needed a plan. Pacing seemed pointless. Sitting meant waiting. I tried the ignition again. The engine turned over, sputtered, then died. The battery was fine, but the fuel was nearly gone. No way I was going anywhere soon. A car could pass any minute. Or not at all. I dug into the glove compartment, pulling out an old map. The nearest town was 25 miles away, a place I'd never heard of. No cell towers marked on the map, no signs of civilization except that flickering billboard. I folded the map, pocketed it. I had to check the tires more carefully. Maybe there was something I'd missed. I crouched down again, flashlight in hand, shining it over the rubber. The beam caught a faint sheen on the side wall of one tire, a thin, almost invisible line, like a scratch but too straight, too deliberate. I ran my fingers over it, tracing the line. It was barely there. Something had been carved, or scraped, but why? And who? I pulled my phone out again, turning on the flashlight app, moving around the car slowly. The light hit something near the rear bumper, a small, folded piece of paper, tucked just out of plain sight. I reached for it, fingers numb. Unfolding it carefully, I saw scrawled writing, messy but legible in the dim light. Don't move. My breath caught. The words burned against my skin. Who had left this? How long had it been there? I looked around, anxiety tightening my chest. The highway was still empty, the flicker from the sign steady. The night didn't feel quite so silent anymore. I stuffed the note into my pocket and stood up, scanning the horizon. The decision was clear. I couldn't stay. I had to get help. But how? Walking along the highway, even with 2 flat tires, would put me out in the open, vulnerable. Yet waiting meant nothing but slow suffocation. I grabbed my jacket, slinging it over my shoulder, and locked the car. The cold metal echoed in the quiet. I took a deep breath, tasting the dusty air, and stepped onto the asphalt. The road stretched ahead, dark and endless. The distant flickering light beckoned like a warning. I started walking. After a few minutes, the tapping returned, this time from behind me. I stopped. Held my breath. Nothing. I told myself it was the wind again, or maybe a branch. But deep down, I knew better. The storm wasn't just in the sky. It was coming, and I was right in its path. The tapping stopped the moment I froze, every nerve stretched tight like a wire about to snap. I swallowed hard, tasting the grit in my throat and the metal tang of sweat. My hands trembled as I reached into my jacket pocket for the note, the one I'd shoved in there almost without thinking. I pulled it out again, smoothing the crumpled paper between my fingers. The ink was smudged, but the message was clear. They watch. Don't run. Great. Just great. I looked back toward the car, the dull outline barely visible in the moonlight. 2 flat tires, a note that might as well have been a curse, and now this creeping terror just beyond the edge of the street lamp's reach. I had no choice but to move forward. Back wasn't an option. The highway behind me was a black chasm swallowing every trace of safety. With a shaky breath, I started walking again, slower this time. Every step felt like a lie, like I was pretending the tapping wasn't real. The cold bit into my skin, and the night air tasted like old rubber and dirt. There was a faint smell of something else, something sour and metallic, almost like rust mixed with stale sweat. It made my stomach twist. After 10 minutes, I stopped again, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no tapping, no breath. But the feeling didn't go away. It was a weight pressing down on my chest, a pulse hammering in my ears that had nothing to do with the night or the highway. I rubbed my arms, trying to warm up, but the chill was deeper than cold. It was fear buried in bone. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not surprising. Somewhere down this stretch, the world had ended, and I'd been left behind. I tried again. Nothing. No messages, no calls. Just the faint glow of the screen, like a candle struggling against the dark. I was halfway convinced I was losing my mind until I heard it again, the tapping. Closer this time. And then footsteps, measured and slow, coming from the side of the road, just off the asphalt. I whipped my head around, scanning the shadows. There was a figure standing maybe 30 feet away, barely visible but unmistakably human. "Hey," I called out, voice cracking. "Hello?" The figure didn't move. No reply. Just the slow, deliberate steps edging closer. I took a step back, heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. The moonlight caught the outline of a hat white-brimmed, casting the face in shadow. A man. Or maybe a woman. I couldn't tell. "Are you okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Do you need help?" No answer. Just the slow approach. I scanned the roadside for anything useful, a stick, a rock, even a broken branch. Nothing but gravel and dry weeds. My fingers brushed the note again, a sudden, desperate thought hitting me. Maybe this was what the note meant. Maybe these people, whoever they were, weren't here to help. Maybe I was the one being watched. I stepped back again, the heat of my breath fogging in the cold air. The figure stopped. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the silence stretching thin and taut between us. Then, without warning, a voice came. Low, calm, almost like a whisper, but carrying in the stillness. "You shouldn't be out here." The words hit me like a punch. Not angry, not threatening, just certain. Like someone stating a fact I wasn't supposed to question. "I'm sorry," I said. "My car's flat tires," the voice finished for me. "Yes. We saw." My blood ran cold. How did they see? No one was supposed to be here. No one but me. "Look," I said quickly. "I just need help. Can you call someone? Or The figures shook their heads slowly. No one comes out here. Not anymore. Not after what happened. A chill ran down my spine. What happened? The words stuck in my throat like dirt. Who are you? I asked. The figure hesitated, then turned slightly, revealing the edge of a face, sharp features, eyes glinting in the moonlight. We're the Watchers. The ones who keep the road safe. I blinked. The note. The tapping. The slow deflating tires. It all clicked into place, but it made less sense than I wanted. Safe from what? I pressed, trying to keep my voice calm. The figure's smile was thin, almost sad. From those who don't belong. From people who don't know the rules. I wanted to ask what rules, but a sudden noise cut through the quiet, a low rumble far off, like thunder but closer. The figure's head snapped toward the sound. We don't have much time, they said. You made a choice the moment you left your car. There's no turning back now. What do you mean? Panic tightened my throat. I just want to get out of here. The figure stepped closer, voice dropping to a whisper. You can't. Not without joining us. The words didn't make sense. Joining who? What? I stumbled backward, heart hammering in my chest. The tapping started again, this time all around me, echoing from the gravel and weeds, a sound that wasn't just footsteps but something more, something that pressed in, suffocating. Wait, I said, desperation flooding me. Please. I don't understand. The figure's eyes held mine, unblinking, unyielding. You will. Soon. Before I could react, they turned and disappeared into the shadows, swallowed by the night like a ghost. The tapping stopped. The silence returned. But I knew. I was trapped. The road behind me was a dead end, my car was useless, and whatever they weren't going to let me leave, not without something for me. The moonlight shifted, casting long shadows that looked like hands reaching out. I took a shaky breath, tasting dust and fear. There was no going back. No escape. Only forward. Into the dark. The night didn't shift. I glanced back toward the road. No headlights. No sign of movement. Just the way I'd left it, empty and endless. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and urgent, but it was too far to be any comfort. It was like the world had shrunk around me, squeezing tighter with each breath. The tapping, soft at first, started again. Closer now, circling. Gravel crunching under something light, deliberate. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry as dust. Who's there? I called, voice cracking. No answer. The tapping came from all directions, but the shadows held nothing. Just the gnarled trees and the weeds, swaying like they were watching me. I wanted to move, to run, but my legs felt like lead. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle, fingers fumbling. I needed to get to the car. Maybe if I could start it, drive somewhere, anywhere but here. But the tires were deflating. Slowly. Deliberately. No nails, no punctures, nothing visible. It was like the air was being sucked out by some invisible force. I could almost hear the hiss if I pressed close enough. I knelt beside the rear tire, fingertips brushing the rubber. Cold. Softer than it should be. I pressed harder, heart hammering in my ears. A voice whispered from the darkness, just out of reach. You can't leave. That same low tone, chilling and calm. A breath on my neck made my skin crawl. I spun around. Nothing but shadows. The night felt alive, waiting. I forced myself to stand. Who are you? What do you want? My voice was steadier than I expected, but the words felt useless against the vast silence. The tapping stopped. The cold pressed closer, and then a slow, deliberate shuffle from the edge of the trees. A figure emerged, barely visible in the moonlight, features obscured but unmistakably human. Not the same as before, this one moved with purpose, slow and controlled. Why are you doing this? I asked. My throat was raw, but I pushed the words out. No reply. Only steps closer, crunching gravel under worn shoes. I backed away, heart slamming against my ribs. The car was 10 feet away, but every step felt like wading through thick mud. The figure stopped when I reached the driver's door, standing just beyond the weak circle of light the dashboard spilled onto the ground. You're not going anywhere, the voice said again, calm and steady. What do you want from me? I asked, breath coming fast, tasting copper and salt. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it reached into its pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper. It was held out toward me, fingers trembling slightly. I hesitated. The air around us thickened, every sound amplified, the distant buzz of a faulty street lamp, a whippoorwill's cry, the rustle of dry leaves. I took the paper, unfolding it carefully. The handwriting was jagged, uneven. We need you. You're part of this now. A chill ran down my spine. Part of what? I looked up to ask, but the figure was gone. Vanished into the night once more. The tires hissed again. Faster. The pressure dropping rapidly. I slammed the door shut, locking it instinctively, and sat down behind the wheel. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly the knuckles went white. The engine turned over, sputtered, then caught. The tires spun for a moment before the car lurched forward, only to stop dead a few feet down the road. I leaned forward, heart pounding, eyes scanning the dark for anything out of place. Then I noticed it, faint tire tracks alongside the road, too fresh to be old. They didn't match my car's pattern, smaller, more precise, as if someone had been pacing me, waiting. My mind raced. Who were they? What did they want? And why here, on this godforsaken stretch of highway where no one ever came? The smell of damp earth and something metallic hung in the air. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitter tang on my tongue. Panic threatened to rise, but I forced it down. Logic was my only tool. I needed a plan. I grabbed my phone. No signal. Of course. I wasn't surprised. I'd known better than to expect help from the outside world. I glanced back toward the trees. The blackness seemed to pulse, alive with unseen eyes. The tapping returned, slow and deliberate, circling me like a predator. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, trying to steady my breath. Suddenly, the headlights flickered on down the road. A car. Real, tangible. Relief surged until it slowed, stopped just beyond the curve, and the headlights went dark again. I held my breath. The night swallowed the vehicle whole. Then footsteps, heavy, measured, approached from the dark. Not the tapping this time, but deliberate strides. Closer now, coming straight toward me. I locked the doors again. The footsteps halted at the edge of the light. A voice called out, low and unfamiliar. Hey, are you okay? Your car, there's a gas station a few miles back. Need help? I blinked, disoriented. Was this real? Was this a chance to escape? Or another trap? Please, I whispered. Help me. The figure stepped forward, into the weak glow of the dashboard. Not the shadowy shapes from before. This was someone else. Someone. Human. But as their face came into view, a flicker of recognition twisted in my gut. The eyes were cold, calculating. The smile didn't reach them. The night had only just begun. The figure's smile didn't reach their eyes, and I knew then that whatever hope I'd felt was sinking fast. "Hey," the voice said again, softer this time, as if trying to sound less threatening. "I'm not here to hurt you. Just your car's losing air, and you looked like you could use a hand." I swallowed, my throat dry. The tires were still deflating, slow but steady. I glanced down at the dashboard. The fuel gauge needle had dipped sharply, even after I'd filled up earlier that evening. Something was wrong, obviously, but maybe this wasn't some cruel game. "Okay," I managed, voice barely louder than a whisper. "Can you help?" A pause. Then a nod, barely visible in the dim glow. "Yeah. Let's get those tires fixed, and then you can decide what to do." I unlocked the doors. The figure stepped closer, hands visible and empty. They pulled a flashlight from their jacket pocket and crouched by the front tire. The beam was narrow, harsh. I noticed then the faint smell of oil and something metallic like a distant garage. "Looks like something's been poking holes," they muttered, voice low but steady. "Not many folks out here, so whoever did this wanted to make sure you wouldn't get far." I nodded, the anger rising now. Fear mixed with it, sure, but mostly anger. How long had this been going on? How many cars had they done this to? The thought was chilling. "We need a patch kit." "I've got one in my truck a few miles back," they said. "I can drive you there, then we can fix these tires together." I hesitated. Trust was a fragile thing now. But the tires kept losing air, the gauge kept dipping. Cold certainty. I nodded. The road behind us was dark, deeper than the blackness inside the car. The silence was thick, broken only by the slow hiss of air leaving the tires and the occasional distant, mournful howl of a coyote. Or was it just the wind? I couldn't tell anymore. We moved carefully, the figure's flashlight leading the way. I tried to memorize their features, sharp cheekbones, a crooked nose, eyes that didn't quite meet mine. No name yet. No story. Just an offer, and the uneasy truce that came with it. The truck was a few hundred yards down the road, parked under a flickering streetlight that buzzed and sputtered like it was about to give out. The metal was dented, and the tailgate sagged just a little. Inside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelled faintly of diesel and old leather. The patch kit lay on the seat, a small, unassuming box of rubber patches, glue, and tire levers. They tossed it to me, then knelt by the tire again. We worked in silence for a while. The glue smelled sharp, like chemicals mixed with cold air. My fingers trembled as I pressed the rubber patch down, smoothing the edges carefully. The sound of the air pump was louder than I expected, each hiss a reminder of how fragile this reprieve was. "So," the figure finally said, breaking the silence, "what brought you out here this late?" I shrugged, unsure whether to share or keep it to myself. Just needed to be somewhere else. Away from everything. They nodded, as if understanding. Sometimes the road feels like the only place you can breathe. I glanced over. There was something almost human in that. Almost. The tires held air after the patch dried, enough at least to make it back to the gas station, the real one, not the mirage I'd been chasing. The figure drove, the truck's engine rumbling low but steady. The road stretched out ahead, empty and indifferent. When we reached the gas station, the neon sign buzzed with a tired glow. A few cars were parked, their owners nodding sleepily at us as we passed. I thanked the figure quietly. They smiled then, real this time. You'll be okay. Just stay alert. Not everyone out here plays fair. I nodded, the weight of those words settling deep inside me. The next morning came slow and gray. I woke in a cheap motel room, the thin curtains letting in a pale light that felt almost like a promise. The events of the night swirled in my mind, heavy and persistent. I thought about the figure, their cold eyes, the way they'd helped without asking for anything in return. I wondered if they were out there still, waiting for the next person to break down, the next to need help or worse. And what about me? The road had changed me. Not just the fear or the isolation, but the way I'd learned to listen to the night, to the silence, to the subtle shifts in the air that told you when you were safe and when you weren't. I didn't have answers. Not really. But I had direction. And that was something. Driving back into town, the sun warming my face, I felt the scars of that night beneath my skin. The knowledge that the world wasn't as simple as I thought. That danger didn't always shout. Sometimes it whispered. Sometimes it waited. I parked the car, checking the tires one last time. They held firm. The fuel gauge stayed steady. For now. But I knew the highway was still out there, dark and endless. And I wasn't the same person who'd started down it. The road had its echoes. And I would carry them with me. With a deep breath, I stepped out, ready to face whatever shadows lay ahead, determined not to let the past define me. Story 3, Silent Sinkholes, Sound Vanishing in the Forest. I didn't plan on being out here this late. My boots crunched over dry leaves, the sound oddly muted, as if the forest was holding its breath. I stopped and looked around. The air smelled of damp soil and pine, but there was something else, a sharp metallic tang I couldn't place. Maybe a distant logging camp? Or a rusted barrel buried in the undergrowth? I wrinkled my nose and glanced down at the nearest sinkhole. It was bigger than I expected, easily 15 feet across, edges perfectly circular, smooth like someone had used a compass and chisel. The ground around it was bare dirt, free of debris or underbrush. The trees seemed to lean away, as if reluctant to approach. I bent over, peering inside. Darkness swallowed the bottom, it was too deep to see. There was no echo when I tapped a rock against the rim, just an odd, hollow silence. My voice sounded strange, distant, muted even though I was standing right next to the hole. I cleared my throat and spoke again, a little louder. Hello? No reply, obviously. But the sound didn't bounce back the way I thought it would. It felt like the hole was swallowing the noise, like it was draining it from the air. I shook my head. Probably just the open shape and the way the wind was moving through the trees. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the hole was different somehow. Something wasn't right. I pulled out my phone to check the time. Battery was down to 25%. Not great, but enough. I was planning to hike back before dark, but now the sun was dipping faster than I'd expected. The trail markers were faint and spaced awkwardly. This park was barely on any maps. As I moved on, I noticed the forest around me growing quieter. The usual chorus of birds and insects had thinned to a whisper. A distant dog barked once, sharp and lonely, then nothing. The wind, too, had stilled. I stopped, heart flickering. Was the air holding still, or was I imagining it? I tried to shake off the creeping chill crawling up my neck. No big deal. Just a quiet forest at dusk. But the silence felt too complete, like the sound itself had been drained away. Like the sinkholes. I glanced down at another hole, smaller this time. I dropped a pebble in and listened. No splash. No echo. The pebble disappeared into the blackness without a trace. I waited, listening for any sound of it hitting bottom or even bouncing off a wall. Nothing. That wasn't possible. It had to be there. I felt my pulse quicken, irrational and stubborn. I swallowed a dry lump and took a step back. Okay, I muttered aloud, trying to sound casual. Maybe it's just a weird acoustic effect. My voice sounded strange to me, clipped and thin. I cleared my throat again, louder this time. Hello? Anyone out there? No answer. I pocketed the phone and kept walking, pushing away the odd sensation gnawing my stomach. The trail wound through groves of birch and fir, the air cooled as the sun slipped below the horizon. I pulled my jacket tighter around my waist, the fabric rough against my skin. The ground beneath my feet shifted from dirt to gravel, crunching crisp and clear. A faint breeze stirred dead leaves in the underbrush, the sound sharp in the quiet. I glanced over my shoulder. The trees loomed dark and still, like silent sentinels watching me. Then I saw it, a figure, half hidden behind a tree trunk maybe 50 feet away. I froze. No way. No one else was supposed to be out here. The park was new, mostly empty. The figure didn't move, just stood there watching. I squinted, trying to make out details. A man? Woman? Too dark to tell. They wore a hooded jacket, hands tucked into pockets. The face was obscured. I told myself to stay calm. Maybe a ranger? Or another hiker lost like me. Hey! I called, voice steadier than I felt. You okay? No response. The figure shifted slightly, then stepped back into the shadows between trees. I blinked, and when my eyes adjusted, they were gone. I swallowed hard. That was unexpected. I checked my phone again, 20% now. I should be heading back, but curiosity tangled with something else. Unease? Or maybe a stubborn hope for company. I turned toward the trailhead, but the path seemed different, somehow narrower, less worn. The trees pressed closer. The light dimmed faster than I remembered. The silence pressed in, thick and heavy. No birds. No wind. Just me, the darkening woods, and those impossible holes. I stopped next to another sinkhole, heart thudding. The air felt cooler here, sharp with moisture. I dropped a twig into the abyss and listened. Nothing. No sound. No echo. Just a void. I pressed my palm to the ground beside it. The earth was cold and damp, the texture gritty beneath my fingers. A faint vibration tickled my skin like distant footsteps. Or maybe just my imagination. I swallowed the lump in my throat and pulled my phone from my pocket one last time. No signal. Not even a bar. The light was fading fast now. The perfect circles of the sinkholes seemed to watch me, silent and empty. I stepped back, trying to convince myself this was just a trick of nature. But deep down, I knew the night wasn't going to be quiet. Not really. And I was already trapped. A sudden rustle from the brush snapped my head around. Eyes adjusting to the darkness, I spotted a pair of gleaming orbs staring back at me. Heart hammering, I clenched my fists, willing the fear down. The creature, whatever it was, didn't advance, just held its ground. Then, a low growl rumbled through the air, chilling me to the bone. I had to move, but the ground beneath me seemed to pulse, as if the earth itself was alive and watching. Every instinct screamed for me to run, but the path back was swallowed by shadows. Somewhere behind me, a whisper floated on the wind, soft, urgent, a warning. Cold sweat dripped down my neck. There was no escaping this night, no ignoring the silent threat lurking just beyond sight. The eyes vanished as quickly as they had appeared, swallowed by the thickening shadows of the sinkhole rims. I forced myself to breathe normally. 1, 2, 3. The sound of my own breath was oddly muffled, like I was breathing underwater. That couldn't be right. I cupped my hands to my mouth and whispered, "Hello?" My voice barely rose above a breath, swallowed instantly by the silence. No echo, no return. Just nothing. I knelt beside the nearest sinkhole, the one that had first drawn me deeper into this park's strange geography. The rim was smooth, almost unnaturally so, the dirt around its edge packed firm and strangely cool to the touch. I leaned closer, eyes narrowing. The hole was perfectly circular, a deep black void that seemed to absorb the weak light left in the sky. I pressed my palm against the ground, feeling a vibration, or maybe it was just my racing pulse. The last light of day was draining fast, but even so, I could see that the sinkhole's edge had no plants growing near it. The nearby grass stopped abruptly, leaving a thin, barren strip of earth that looked scraped clean. I brushed my fingers over it. Fine dust, dry and loose. No footprints. No marks of any kind. I straightened up and scanned the trees lining the hollow. They looked normal enough, gnarled trunks, thick leaves rustling softly in a breeze I couldn't feel on my skin. That was the other thing. The air was still. No wind. I blinked, confused. A leaf hung motionless, mid-fall, as if stuck in invisible molasses. I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling with the screen. No signal. Of course not. Not here. I tapped the flashlight app. The beam was weak, swallowed almost immediately by the blackness in the sinkhole below. I pointed it down. The light didn't penetrate far. It was like the hole absorbed it, as if the darkness was a sponge soaking up anything trying to cross its threshold. I stepped back, uneasy. The quiet pressed in again. Not just silence, absence. No crickets, no birds calling back to each other. No rustle of small animals in the underbrush. No distant sounds from the ranger station I'd passed hours earlier. Just a vacuum. I knelt again, this time pressing my ear to the edge of the sinkhole, expecting to hear dripping water or wind echoing from below, but instead there was nothing. No sound at all. The silence was so complete I could hear the faint throb of blood behind my ears. I straightened and muttered, "Okay. This is getting weird." I took a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts. I had planned this solo hike to be a break from the noise of the city, a chance to unplug and enjoy something untouched. The perfect circles of the sinkholes had seemed like a geological curiosity, a neat photo op. But now, they felt like traps. Like something was deliberately sucking the life out of this place. I tried to recall what the park brochure had said. The sinkholes were formed by soluble rock collapse, creating these eerie, round depressions. No mention of sound or light behaving oddly. No warnings about disappearing signals or strange wildlife. I glanced at my watch. Nearly 7 p.m. The sun was gone. The faint glow on the horizon was fading fast. I'd hoped to finish my loop and be back at the ranger station before dark, but now I wasn't sure which way was out. A sudden snap echoed from somewhere behind me. I whipped my head around so fast my neck cracked. Nothing. Just trees. Only the stillness. My breath caught again. Was I imagining things? The rustle of brush, a twig breaking? Maybe a deer or a fox. But the hairs on my arms stood on end. The feeling of being watched wasn't just a trick of the mind anymore. I took out my notebook, the one I always carried to jot down observations. I scribbled, sinkholes, drain, sound, and light. No animals. No wind. Unnatural silence. Eyes in the dark. Must be human. The last line surprised me. Could there be people out here? Trespassers? Poachers? I'd read about illegal camps and smugglers in remote parks before. Maybe this was one of those stories. But the place was supposed to be newly protected, monitored. Still, the thought that someone was lurking out here made my skin crawl. I stood up, trying to shake off the creeping dread. "All right," I whispered to myself, "time to get moving." I stepped away from the sinkhole, toward the faintly visible path that should lead back to the ranger station. But the more I walked, the more the silence thickened. The crunch of my boots on dried leaves was muted, almost swallowed up. I stopped to listen. Nothing but the steady thump of my heartbeat. Then I heard it, a whisper. No, not quite whisper. More like the soft murmur of voices carried through the trees. I froze, scanning the shadows. The voices were indistinct, carried from a distance I couldn't place. I tilted my head, trying to catch words. Not supposed to be here. The phrase was clear, a thread of panic tangled in the voice. I swallowed hard. That had to be human. And close. I moved cautiously toward the sound, heart hammering so loud I feared it would betray me. The underbrush thickened, twigs scraping my arms. A faint scent of smoke drifted past. Campfire? No! It was stale, acrid, like burning plastic. I rounded a bend and stopped dead. A makeshift camp lay half-hidden in a copse of trees. Tents made from tarps and branches, a circle of stones blackened with soot, a half-empty cooler with cans rolling inside. No people in sight. Only the faint echo of hurried whispers. I crouched behind a fallen log, watching. The camp was abandoned, like everyone had left in a hurry. A torn piece of fabric snagged on a nearby branch fluttered in what little breeze there was. I scanned for footprints or signs of struggle, but found none. Then I noticed something on the ground near the fire pit, a small recorder, its red light blinking faintly. I crept forward, heart in my throat, and pressed play. A scratchy voice filled the air, low and tense. Day 5. They're watching us. It's not just the silence. It's the light. It's like the whole place is swallowing us up. We can't call for help. Phone's dead. Radio's dead. We're trapped. If anyone finds this, don't come here. The recorder cut out abruptly. I jerked back, breath shallow. Trapped. Just like me. Questions flooded my mind. Who were these people? How long had they been here? And why had they left so suddenly? A sudden noise, a twig snapping sharply behind me, made me spin around. Nothing. Just the dark, empty woods. I had no choice. I had to find out what was happening here. To understand the sinkholes, the silence, the light that vanished. The sky was black now, a velvet dome with a few distant stars. The sinkholes loomed like silent sentinels around me. The unnatural quiet pressed down, heavy and suffocating. I swallowed, squared my shoulders, and stepped forward into the dark. I wasn't alone in this park. And whatever was out here with me wasn't going to let me leave easily. The recorder's message echoed in my head as I stood frozen, the night pressing down with a weight I hadn't noticed before. They were watching. Not just the silence, not just the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, but something else entirely, something deliberate. My breath caught in my throat. The words trapped and don't come here flickered like warning signs behind my eyes. I glanced around the clearing. The fire pit was cold, ashes scattered like tiny bones. The ground was uneven, littered with dry leaves and twigs. I knelt to examine the recorder again, the blinking red light now more insistent, like a heartbeat. I pressed play once more. The voice crackled, rasping with exhaustion. They took the others. Not sure why. We tried to leave, but the sinkhole's static swallowed the rest of the sentence. Who were these people? Researchers? Hikers? Or something else? And who had taken them? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but I tried to keep it buried. Panic wouldn't solve anything. I stuffed the recorder into my jacket pocket and stood up, ears straining for any sound beyond the usual night chorus. But the silence was absolute. No insects, no rustling leaves, no distant animal calls. Just emptiness. My skin prickled. I took a step toward the nearest sinkhole, the one I'd seen earlier, its perfect circular rim glowing faintly under moonlight. Closer now, I noticed the edge was lined with a thin layer of moisture, like condensation on a cold glass. The smell was damp earth, but slightly metallic, almost like iron. I crouched low and peered over. The hole dropped straight down, disappearing into darkness so complete it seemed unnatural. Not a speck of light penetrated its depths. I tried calling out, my voice cracking the silence. Hello? No echo. No response at all. It was as if my words dissolved midair, swallowed by the abyss beneath me. I shook my head, the absurdity hitting me in waves. It wasn't the wind or natural acoustics. Something about these holes, something about this place, was blocking sound itself. I stepped back, heart hammering. The recorder's warning wasn't just paranoia. The sinkholes were the key. But to what? And why? The cold seeped through my jacket. I realized I hadn't eaten since morning. My hands trembled slightly as I pulled out a granola bar, biting into it mechanically. The taste was bland, but grounding. I glanced around again. The woods felt alive with unseen eyes. I wished for a flashlight, but my phone was dead, as the recorder had said. No bars, no signal, nothing. I forced myself to move. I had to keep going. Maybe follow the trail deeper into the park, find a ranger station, or some sign of civilization. But every step I took away from the clearing seemed to amplify the silence. No crunch of leaves beneath my boots, no snap of twigs. Nothing. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling, almost like a whisper, coming from the trees behind me. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing but shadows. The branches swayed, but the wind had died completely. Hello? I called again, voice cracking. Still nothing. A sudden realization struck me. The silence wasn't just an absence of sound, it was an active force. It drained noise and light, creating a vacuum. I could feel it pressing against me, making every breath feel heavier, every movement slower. I glanced back at the sinkhole. Moonlight barely reached its edge, swallowed by the darkness below. I had to stop looking. The more I stared, the more I felt pulled in, like the hole was a trap, a black hole in the middle of the earth. I reached for my water bottle and took a long sip, the cool liquid soothing my dry throat. The forest smelled different now, less like pine and soil, more like something stale, like closed rooms and mildew. I wiped my brow with the sleeve of my jacket, the fabric rough and scratchy. Then I heard footsteps. Soft, deliberate, too heavy for a deer or small animal. They weren't close, but they weren't far either. Somewhere behind the trees. I froze, breath shallow and fast. The footsteps stopped. I swallowed hard. Who's there? My voice barely rose above a whisper. No answer. Only silence. I debated running, but the dark woods made that impossible. No trail, no landmarks. Just shadows and those damn sinkholes. I felt the recorder in my pocket, its red light still blinking, a reminder of whoever had been here before me and what had happened to them. A sudden snap of a branch to my left made me jump. I turned sharply, eyes wide, heart pounding. A figure stepped into the moonlight. Tall, lean, wearing a hooded jacket that swallowed their face in shadow. Lost? The voice was low, calm, but carried an edge that made me tense. I forced my voice steady. I'm trying to find a way out. The figure took a step closer. There is no way out. The words hit me harder than I expected. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. What do you mean? The park. It's new. There's got to be roads, rangers. They don't come here, the figure interrupted. Not anymore. Not after what happened. I swallowed, trying to keep my shaking hands from giving me away. What happened? The figure hesitated. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, said, "You've seen the holes. Heard the silence. It's not natural. It's a trap. Designed to contain something or someone." I blinked, confusion and fear mixing inside me. Contain what? Who? The figure shrugged, stepping back into the shadows. I don't know. But it's why the others disappeared. Why no one can call for help. You're not leaving. Not tonight. Not ever. Before I could respond, they vanished into the black forest like a ghost. The silence closed in again, thick and suffocating. I sank to the ground, knees digging into the cold dirt. My hands shook uncontrollably now. The recorder's message, the sinkholes, the silence, and this stranger's warning all collided in my mind. There was no rescue coming. I was trapped, and the forest was watching. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, eyes darting between the dark trees and the endless black maw of the nearest sinkhole. Somewhere, deep beneath the earth, something was waiting. I had crossed the point of no return. The silence pressed down on me like a physical weight. The stranger's words echoed in my mind. You're not leaving. Not tonight. Not ever. I wanted to scream, to call out, to demand answers, but the silence mocked me. My voice vanished the moment I tried. It was like the sound died before it escaped my lips. Panic flickered, sharp and raw, but I swallowed it down. No use giving in to it. I had to keep moving, keep thinking. I pulled the flashlight from my pack and clicked it on. Its beam cut a narrow path through the gloom, but the edges seemed to blur, as if the light itself was being swallowed. The shadows beyond the circle flickered, distant and alive. I could almost hear the whisper of movement, but when I focused, nothing stirred. I crouched by the edge of the sinkhole, staring down into the abyss. The air above it felt unnaturally cold, like a draft from some hidden cavern. I touched the ground, the dirt crumbly and loose beneath my fingers. I remembered the strange weightlessness I'd felt earlier near the holes, as though the world had shifted just enough to unbalance me. Now, in the dark, that feeling was amplified, crawling under my skin. Hello? I tried again, softer this time, voice barely above a breath. Nothing. No echo, no reply. Just silence. Complete silence. I stood, heart slamming against my ribs. A snap cracked somewhere behind me, sharp and sudden. I whipped around, flashlight beam swinging wildly. Trees loomed, still and silent. No movement. No figures. But the sound hadn't been natural, it was too close, too deliberate. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I swallowed hard and forced myself to speak aloud, my voice cracking. "Who's there? I'm not alone, am I?" No response. I wasn't sure if I wanted one. The weight of the night pressed down, thick and suffocating. I realized I'd stopped breathing properly, shallow gasps that did nothing to calm the growing knot in my chest. I took a step backward, feeling the rough bark of a tree against my palm, the only solid thing amid the void. My mind raced. The stranger's warning, the whole straining light and sound, the disappearances, everything pointed to one conclusion. This wasn't some random natural phenomenon. It was a trap. A carefully crafted snare designed by someone. But who? And why? A faint scent drifted on the cold air, something earthy and metallic, like damp iron and moss. I twisted to follow it, hoping for a clue. The smell led deeper into the trees, away from the sinkhole's edge. Against my better judgment, I took a hesitant step forward. Then another. The forest closed in. Branches scraped against my jacket, needles prickling my neck. The flashlight flickered, once, twice. My breath hitched. I patted the device, willing it to steady. The beam steadied, casting long shadows that danced with every gust of wind. I moved cautiously, senses sharp. The silence was different here, less oppressive, but still unnatural. The faintest rustle of leaves, the distant drip of water somewhere underground. I followed the sound, hoping it would lead me to something, anything that might explain this nightmare. Suddenly, a whisper. So soft I almost missed it. "Stop." I froze. The voice was low, measured, and unmistakably human. But it wasn't the stranger from before. This was closer, just beyond the trees. I swallowed, throat dry, and edged toward the sound. "Who's there?" I called, voice barely steady. No answer. Just the faint rustle of feet moving away. I followed, heart thudding painfully. Branches tore at my sleeves, twigs snapped underfoot. The forest seemed to pulse, alive with unseen eyes. Then, a figure stepped into the flashlight beam. He was tall, with sharp features and eyes that glittered in the dim light. His clothes were dark, blending seamlessly with the night. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly, voice calm but carrying an edge that made my skin crawl. "Neither should you," I shot back, voice stronger than I felt. "What is this place? What do you want?" He took a step closer, the beam catching the glint of something in his hand, a small, folded piece of paper. He held it out without a word. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to run, but curiosity anchored me. I took the paper, hands still trembling, and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was neat, deliberate. "They come for the silence. They wait in the dark. Don't let them find you." My pulse quickened. "Who are they? What does that mean?" The man shrugged, expression unreadable. "You don't get it, do you? This place isn't just a park. It's a prison. For all of us." He glanced toward the sinkhole behind me, voice dropping. "The silence, it's a barrier. Keeps something in. Something dangerous. And sometimes, it lets something out." I swallowed hard, eyes flicking between him and the black hole that seemed to pulse with unseen menace. "You mean the disappearances, it's not accidents?" No, his voice was steady, but there was a flicker of desperation. "They take people. Those who wander too close, get too curious. The silence isn't empty. It's waiting. Watching. Feeding." A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I tightened my grip on the paper. Why tell me this? Why warn me? He looked away, voice barely above a whisper. Because you're next if you don't leave. But you won't leave. Not tonight. Not ever. A sudden rustling to my right made me spin around, flashlight beam slicing through the shadows. Nothing. Or maybe something just beyond reach. My breath caught as the oppressive quiet deepened again, swallowing the faintest sounds of the forest. Who's there? I demanded, voice breaking. No answer. Only silence. The man's eyes locked onto mine, dark and unreadable. You have to decide. Stay and face it. Or run and hope the silence doesn't find you. I swallowed. My hands were shaking so badly the paper crumpled between my fingers. The cold night air stung my lungs as I realized the truth. No one was coming to get me. No rescue party, no search team. Just this man, these holes, and the endless, suffocating silence. Behind me, the sinkhole seemed to pulse again, darker than before, like a heartbeat out of sync with the world. The forest waited, silent and patient. Watching. I took a step back, then another. My fingers trembled as I reached for my pack, the weight of the moment pressing down. The stranger's gaze followed every move, unreadable, dangerous. Wait, I said, voice barely a whisper. What happens if I stay? He smiled then, slow and sad, like a man who had already lost. You'll disappear. Like the others. Into the silence. And no one will hear you scream. The sun had long dipped below the jagged horizon when I finally found myself sitting on a fallen pine, breath shallow, legs trembling beneath me. I'd been wandering through the sinkholes, those perfect, unnatural circles that swallowed light and sound like hungry mouths until the creeping night wrapped around the trees like a thick wool blanket. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, no wind, just a cold void where noise should have been. I couldn't even hear my own breath clearly. I thought I understood what emptiness meant, but this was something else entirely. I kept glancing at my phone, the screen a pale glow in the darkness. No signal. Not even a flicker. I tried calling out a few times, my voice cracking and barely breaking the stillness. It wasn't just muted, it was as if my words evaporated before they could reach any ears. I forced myself to stay calm, but each moment stretched longer and thicker, like the dark itself was pressing in, folding over me. Earlier that day, I'd been so eager. This new park was supposed to be a quiet haven, a place to reconnect with nature away from the noise of the city. Instead, I'd stumbled into something that seemed almost designed to erase presence, like these sinkholes were traps for sound and light, swallowing anything that ventured too close. I remember watching a crow land near one, expecting to hear the flutter of its wings or the sharp caw, but nothing came. Not a whisper or a rustle. Just the bird's silhouette disappearing into the black circle, then vanishing altogether. That's when the unease started. I told myself it was just a natural oddity, some geological quirk that distorted sound waves or absorbed light in a peculiar way. But now, sitting here in the dark, surrounded by those silent voids, it felt like something else. Something deliberately unforgiving. I had to move. Stay put, I told myself, would mean waiting for rescue that might never come. But every step away from the sinkhole edges felt like walking blindfolded. Trees that looked close shifted and blurred in the dim light, their branches casting tangled shadows that seemed to stretch and twist. I kept tripping over roots, catching my breath sharply when I nearly fell. The cold air tasted metallic in my mouth, and my hands trembled as I fumbled in my pack for the flashlight. The beam was weak, flickering like it was struggling to fight the darkness. I swept it across the ground, the rough bark of trees, the moss that felt damp and cold to the touch. I tried calling out again, louder this time, but the silence swallowed my voice immediately. No echo, no response. Then I heard it, a faint crunch of footsteps, slow and deliberate. My head snapped up, flashlight trembling in my grip. The sound didn't come from the forest but from the edge of one of the sinkholes. I froze. Hello? My voice cracked in the void. No answer. The footsteps continued, careful, measured. Whoever it was knew about the sinkholes. Maybe they were local, or someone else trapped here. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my nerves. If you're out there, I'm not alone. The footsteps stopped. I waited, breath shallow, heart thudding loud in the quiet. Then movement. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and lean, face half hidden by a hood. Relief surged, but it twisted quickly into something else, suspicion, unease. Lost? The voice was soft, almost casual. There was no warmth in it. Yes. I'm trying to find the way out. The figure stepped closer, but never into the light. You shouldn't be here after dark. I nodded, though I wasn't sure it was the right answer. I didn't mean to stay this late. The sinkholes. They're strange. They steal the sound and light. A pause. Then, that's why people don't come back. I swallowed hard. I'm not going to stay near them. I just want to leave. The figure tilted their head, as if considering. You know the rules? Rules? Don't call for help. Don't shine lights near the holes. Don't get too close or you'll lose yourself. I shivered, the cold biting through my jacket. I didn't know there were rules. Most don't, the figure said. That's why they disappear. I wanted to ask more, but the darkness around us seemed to pulse, the silence thickening like a living thing. The figure moved again, stepping back. Come with me if you want out. I hesitated. Trust felt like a fragile thread stretched tight. But staying here was worse. I nodded and followed, the flashlight beam bouncing nervously ahead. The figure led me through a narrow path that skirted the sinkholes, steps careful and sure. I tried to memorize the way, the curve of the trees, a cluster of moss-covered rocks. We walked in silence until the faint glow of the park's entrance appeared in the distance. Relief hit me like a wave. I was almost out. Why'd you stay? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The figure paused, looking down at the ground. I don't have anywhere else to go. A story I didn't want to know. But I nodded anyway. When we reached the ranger station, the lights were on, and I could finally hear the faint hum of electricity and distant voices. The figure stopped at the edge of the clearing. Thank you, I said. They nodded once and vanished back into the shadows, swallowed by the silence of the sinkholes. Inside the station, the warmth and noise felt overwhelming. The ranger looked up, eyes wide when I explained what had happened. You're lucky, she said quietly. Most who get caught up there don't come back at all. Later, in the safety of my car, I stared at the steering wheel, hands still shaky. The silence had left its mark on me, a hollow space that no noise could fill. I thought about those sinkholes, how they drained everything, sound, light, hope. But I was here. I was alive. And maybe that was enough. The next morning, the park was bustling with visitors, laughter and footsteps filling the air. The sinkholes looked innocent in the daylight, just deep circles in the earth. I watched from a distance, heart tight, knowing what lurked in their silent depths. I never went back. Not after dark. And I never forgot the sound of nothing. Story 4, Time Loop at Harper's Fuel, Distorted Hours Trap Traveler. I never liked the way that gas station smelled. That day was no different. The sky was heavy with a gray so thick it seemed to press down on the windshield, and the rain had just stopped, leaving the asphalt slick and shiny. My tires hissed softly as I slowed, the station's flickering neon sign sputtering like it was fighting to stay awake. It read Harper's Fuel in uneven letters, the paint peeling like sunburnt skin on the building's faded facade. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. 3:17 p.m. Not that I cared much for the exact time. The day was dragging, and I just needed a break from the road. Pulling into the empty lot, I noticed the old pickup truck parked near the far pump, rust crawling along its body like a slow disease. A man leaned against it, smoking, looking somewhere between bored and watchful. He didn't glance my way as I stepped out, but I caught the faintest flicker of his eyes in my direction. Nothing threatening, just there. Inside, the heat hit me like a wave. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sickly glow over the cramped space. Rows of candy bars and chips lined the shelves, coated with a thin layer of dust. The counter was cluttered with faded lottery tickets and a half-empty jar of hard candies, the kind you find at any highway stop. Behind it, a clock hung crooked on the wall, one of those old-fashioned, round-faced clocks with big black numbers and hands that seemed to lag just a little too long behind the actual time. That's when I noticed it. The clock read 8:42. 8:42. I blinked. The dashboard had said 3:17. Had I lost time? No, that couldn't be. I checked my phone, still 3:18. Maybe the clock was broken. A glitch. An easy explanation, but it set a tiny seed of unease in my chest. I shook my head, telling myself I was overthinking it. Afternoon, the clerk said, a thin man with a scruffy beard and tired eyes. His voice was low, almost dragging, like he was trying not to wake up fully. Gas or something inside? Just some water, I said, wiping my damp hands on my jeans. And maybe a snack. He nodded without much interest and disappeared behind the counter. The bell above the door jingled faintly as I moved toward the cooler. The air inside smelled of warm plastic and something sour, like yogurt left too long in the sun. I grabbed a bottle of water and turned back to the counter, where the man was waiting. $15 on pump 3, he said, glancing at the counter clock for a moment before looking back at me. That's when I saw it again, the clock's hands had shifted. It now read 9:07. 35 minutes had passed inside the station, according to that clock. But outside? My phone still said 3:19. I frowned. Hey, that clock's off, isn't it? He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. Old thing. Stuck sometimes. I nodded, but the feeling settled deeper into my gut. I paid, grabbed my water, and stepped back outside. The rain had stopped completely, and the air smelled fresher now, like the storm had cleared out some stale weight. I glanced at my phone again, 3:20. I walked to the pump and started filling the tank. The man by the pickup was gone. I supposed he'd left while I was inside. I finished, closed the gas cap, and looked back at the station. The clock on the wall was visible from where I stood, and this time it read 7:55. I blinked hard, the numbers refusing to make sense. I got in the car and pulled away slowly, glancing back in the rearview mirror as the station faded behind me. The sky was still gray, but the feeling of time slipping out of sync clung to me like a shadow I couldn't shake. My hands trembled just a little on the wheel. I told myself it was nothing. Old clocks, bad wiring. Maybe I was just tired. I had been on the road for hours, after all. But even as I made that excuse, a small, persistent knot twisted in my chest. The drive continued in a quiet blur. The radio played soft country songs that I barely registered. The road stretched out, empty except for the occasional distant car or the rustle of wind in the trees lining the highway. I tried to focus on the rhythm of my breathing, the steady thrum of the engine, anything to ground myself. When I reached the next exit, I glanced at my phone again. 6:15, I frowned, turning it off and on. The screen blinked and then settled on the same time. I must have made a wrong turn somewhere. Or maybe my phone was glitching too. But the feeling remained the odd, gnawing sense that something about the gas station had shifted something in the day itself. Like it had taken a bite out of time and left me holding the crumbs. I tried to push the thought away. Tomorrow, I told myself, I'd stop by again and check the clocks. It was probably nothing. Just a weird coincidence. Still, as I pulled onto the highway and the sun edged toward the horizon, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered that I was wrong. That something was off. And it wasn't just the clocks. The air felt heavier now, as if the fading light carried a secret it refused to share. Shadows stretched longer, distorting familiar shapes into something unrecognizable. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those warped reflections chasing me down the empty road. The next morning, the buzzing of my phone dragged me from a restless sleep. I kept replaying the moment I caught the time on those clocks, 6:15, only to find my phone stubbornly set to 7:42. How could the clocks be so wrong? Or was my watch off? That didn't make sense either. I had synchronized everything just the day before. Something was skewing time around that place. A mental itch I couldn't scratch. I shuffled to the window and pulled back the curtain. The sky was a pale wash, hinting at gray clouds moving in. A cold draft slipped under the sash, carrying the faint smell of wet asphalt and pine from the woods beyond the highway. I frowned, rubbing my eyes. If the gas station was messing with my sense of time, then maybe I needed to confront it head-on. After breakfast, cold toast and bitter coffee that left a lingering grit, I grabbed a small notebook and pen from the kitchen drawer. I decided I'd go back, but this time I'd come prepared. Not just to glance at the clocks, but to document everything. Times, temperatures, even the way the air felt. I left the house just as the sun broke through the clouds, casting long, sharp shadows across the cracked pavement of my street. The highway was mostly empty, just the occasional rumble of a semi-truck in the distance and the steady drone of tires on asphalt. The gas station appeared exactly where it should, a squat, weather-beaten building framed by tired neon signs that buzzed faintly. Pulling up to the pump, I noticed the air was damp, the scent of gasoline and something else, a faint, almost metallic odor that I couldn't place. The fluorescent lights inside flickered lazily, struggling against the morning gloom. I stepped inside, the bell above the door chiming with a hollow, tired ring. The place looked the same, yet something in the stale air made my skin crawl. A few aisles of dusty snacks and faded magazines lined the walls. An old man stood behind the counter, hunched over a crossword puzzle, his glasses perched precariously at the tip of his nose. He looked up, his eyes sharp and unblinking. "Morning," I said, forcing my voice to sound casual. He nodded without a word, eyes flicking to the clocks behind him. 3 of them, all round, white faces with black numbers and hands. I walked closer. The first clock read 9:03. The second, 11:47. The third, 2:15. I blinked. This time, the disparity was even wider than before. I pulled out my notebook and jotted the times down, my hand shaking slightly. "Strange, aren't they?" I said, glancing back at the old man. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he folded his hands over the crossword and peered at me. "They're just clocks," he said finally. "Sometimes they don't keep perfect time." I wanted to press him, ask if I could reset them, or if he'd noticed the differences, but before I could, the door slammed open with a gust of cold air. A woman entered, breath steaming in the cool morning, her eyes darting around as if expecting someone or something. "Hey, Don," she said, nodding toward the old man. "You seen that guy hanging around the pump all morning?" Don shrugged. "No one been out there but the usual." Her gaze locked on me, sharp and suspicious. "You new around here?" "Just passing through," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. She didn't soften. "Well, watch yourself. That pump's been acting up. Folks say it eats quarters. I wouldn't trust it." I glanced outside where the pump stood, its nozzle dangling like a limp arm. The warning seemed oddly specific, but I made a mental note to check it later. The woman left without another word, leaving a faint trail of peppermint and something floral in the air. I turned back to the clocks. I wanted to believe Don was right, that it was just faulty timepieces, but there was a weight pressing down on me, like the seconds themselves were slipping through my fingers. I moved to the back of the store, where a small office sat behind a glass partition. Inside, a calendar hung crooked on the wall, its dates marked with red circles and notes scribbled in faded ink. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. One note caught my eye: inventory delay. Delivery late. Call supplier. Another, barely legible, customer complaint. Pump number 3 malfunctioning. Pump number 3. The one outside. I tapped on the glass, then knocked lightly. A middle-aged woman appeared, wiping her hands on a rag, her eyes wary. "Hi. I'm trying to figure out the clock situation," I said. "I was wondering if you keep records of when these clocks were last set or fixed." She hesitated, then shook her head. "No, not really. We just let them run. Sometimes they stop, sometimes they jump. No one pays much attention." I frowned. "Have you noticed anything else? Unusual? Like the pumps acting up? Customers reporting time loss or confusion?" Her eyes narrowed. "Time loss? You mean people losing track of how long they've been here?" I nodded. "Yeah. Like the day getting shorter or longer." She crossed her arms. "That sounds like some kind of joke. But actually, some folks have mentioned feeling dizzy or disoriented after stopping here. Especially the truckers. I figured it was just the heat or lack of sleep." Dizzy? Disoriented? That hit closer to home than I liked. "Do you know if there's been any recent changes around here? Construction, power outages, anything that could mess with electronics?" She tapped her lip, thinking. "Well, the power's been flaky. Flickers all the time, especially at night. And there was some digging near the north side last week. They said it was for fiber optic cables, but no one knows much." I scribbled notes. Flickering lights. Construction. Unreliable pumps. Disoriented customers. And clocks that ran on different times. Back outside, the sky had turned a dull shade of gray, the wind picking up and rustling dry leaves along the cracked pavement. I walked to pump number 3, the one the woman warned about. The plastic casing was scratched, the numbers on the digital display blurred. I pushed the button to start the flow, and it sputtered, then stopped. A soft whine like a machine straining under too much weight. I tried again, watching the nozzle carefully. After a few seconds, fuel began to trickle out. I caught a whiff of something sharp and chemical beneath the usual gasoline smell. My stomach tightened. I pulled back and shut off the pump. The air seemed thicker now, almost suffocating. Turning to leave, I spotted a man leaning against his car near the edge of the parking lot. He had a scruffy beard and a worn leather jacket, eyes hidden beneath a baseball cap pulled low. The way he watched me made my skin prickle. He called out, voice low and rough. I forced a smile. Just curious about the clocks. Thought maybe someone was fixing them. He stepped closer, the gravel crunching under his boots. Some things aren't meant to be fixed. His words hit me like a cold slap. I nodded, backing toward my car, heart thudding in my chest. I didn't want trouble, just answers. As I climbed in, I glanced back. The man was still watching, expression unreadable. I started the engine, the radio crackling with static and a faint country tune. The clocks. The disorientation. The strange man's warning. I had to find out what was really going on before whatever it was took any more from me. But as I pulled away, the station's neon sign flickered violently, casting erratic shadows across the lot. The clocks inside kept ticking, each one to its own impossible hour. Time was slipping fast, and I was running out. The man's voice caught me off guard. You're not from around here, are you? His tone wasn't exactly friendly, but it wasn't outright hostile either. More like a warning wrapped in gravel. I hesitated. The air was thick with something I couldn't name. Not just a chemical tang beneath the gasoline smell, but something heavier, like the weight of the place pressing down on me. No, I said carefully. Just passing through. The pump's not working. He shifted, the worn leather creaking. Pump 3's been busted for a while. You're lucky it even sputtered. His voice dropped, quieter now. Not many folks come here at night. I glanced back at the pump. The numbers on the digital display still blurred, the nozzle cold in my hand. Why's that? I asked, though a part of me already knew the answer. The man shrugged. People don't like waiting around. Or feeling like time's slipping away. I frowned, the words echoing the disorientation that had been creeping over me since my first visit. The clocks inside the station, always different, never right. The hours I lost without noticing. It felt like the place was swallowing time itself. Look, he said, stepping closer, lowering his cap slightly so I could see one dark eye. This isn't just some busted down gas station. It's a trap. For anyone who sticks around too long. I swallowed. A trap? He nodded. You ever notice how the clocks never match? How you feel drained when you leave? That's no accident. He glanced around like someone expecting to catch a shadow. This place. It's run by a bunch who don't want you leaving. Not really. I took a step back. Who? What do you mean? He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. It's not easy to explain. But the folks running this station, they're not just selling fuel or snacks. They deal in time, your time. They keep it for themselves. And if you don't pay up, well, you don't leave. A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to laugh it off, say it was some kind of joke. But his eyes were too serious. Too haunted. Why would anyone want to steal time? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Control, he said simply. Power. They make you come back, over and over, each visit costing you a piece of your day. Before you know it, you're trapped in a loop you can't escape. The wind picked up, rattling the cracked window behind him. The flickering fluorescent light inside the station buzzed erratically. I felt my pulse quicken. Something about this conversation felt like crossing a line, like I just stepped into a story I couldn't walk away from. Have you tried leaving? I asked, curiosity bleeding into fear. He shrugged again, but there was a flicker of pain in his eyes. Once. Tried to get out last week. Drove off, but ended up right back here. Like the road folded in on itself. He looked at me, voice low. You've got no choice now. You're in. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I glanced down at my watch. It read 7:15 p.m., but that didn't match the station clock I'd just seen through the glass. There it was, frozen at 3:42. I blinked hard, trying to shake off the dizziness creeping over me. I don't understand, I said. Why me? Why now? He shrugged once more, but this time it seemed heavier, as if he carried a weight too big for words. Maybe you noticed. Maybe you asked too many questions. Or maybe it's just the way the place works, pulls you in when you're not paying attention. A sudden loud bark echoed from behind the station, sharp and urgent. The man glanced over his shoulder, his gaze tightening. You need to be careful. They watch. Always. Who watches? I asked, but he didn't answer. Instead, he pushed off the car and started walking toward the station's entrance. I followed, the cold air prickling my skin. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered more violently now, casting long shadows across the cracked linoleum floor. The other customers had vanished. The woman from before was nowhere to be seen. The wall of clocks stared down at me. Each one displayed a different time, some ticking backward, others frozen mid-minute. The cacophony of ticking was maddening, a chaotic symphony that made my head pound. Look closer, the man said, pointing to a small corner of the room where a bulletin board hung crooked on the wall. There, beneath a faded flyer advertising a lost cat, was a series of handwritten notes pinned haphazardly. I stepped forward, eyes scanning the scrawled words. Time is currency. Do not linger. Hours lost will not return. The clock never lies. I shivered. Someone had been here before me. Someone had tried to warn the next visitor. But the notes were torn, some words smudged by what looked like tears or sweat. Who writes those? I asked. Someone trapped? Or someone trying to help? The man shook his head. No one gets out to write those anymore. They're old warnings from before the last cycle started. He looked at me steadily. If you want out, you'll have to pay your dues. I swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. Pay my dues. What did that even mean? Time was slipping away with every passing second here, but what was the cost? My sanity? My freedom? Suddenly, the lights flickered out completely. Darkness swallowed the room whole. The man's voice cut through the blackness. You made it this far. There's no turning back now. I couldn't see him anymore, only hear the uneven breaths he took. My own breathing caught in my throat. The faint hum of the refrigerators buzzed somewhere to the left, the scent of stale coffee and old oil clinging to the air, cold and heavy with silence. Then, a soft click. The door at the back of the station creaked open. A sliver of pale light spilled in from the night outside. But it wasn't the night I remembered. The temperature dropped sharply. A chill settled over the empty street as twilight bled into night. I stepped toward the door, heart hammering, senses on edge. The moment I crossed that threshold, whatever chance I'd had to leave behind this place vanished. Because outside, the road stretched endlessly, empty, silent, and unfamiliar. No sign of the highway I'd been on. No headlights in the distance. Only the quiet promise that I was trapped. And the clock inside my head, ticking down. The cold hit me before I even stepped fully into the room. It wasn't outside cold, the kind that bites through your jacket and makes your nose run, but something else, something that settled deep in your bones and didn't let go. I blinked against the faint, pale light spilling in behind the door, the shadows stretching like fingers across the cracked linoleum floor. The man's voice was closer now, low and steady, but something had changed. It wasn't just the darkness swallowing the room, it was the way his words carried weight, like they could push me under if I wasn't careful. You made it this far. There's no turning back now. I could hear his breath uneven, ragged, and the slow creak of the door swinging wider, revealing the narrow hallway beyond. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled. The air smelled stale old oil, burnt coffee, and something sour, like rotting fruit buried under layers of dust. I wanted to step back, run, but my feet felt glued to the spot. I told myself it was just nerves, that the shadows were playing tricks on me. I'm no stranger to weird hours and strange places. But this felt different. The hallway was narrower than I expected. The walls were a patchwork of peeling plaster and faded yellow paint, the kind you find in places long forgotten. I noticed the texture under my fingertips as I brushed against the wall, a rough, almost chalky surface that crumbled slightly under my touch. The flickering light overhead buzzed faintly, casting sickly greenish hues that made the whole corridor seem unreal. Come on, the man said, voice softer now, a coaxing edge beneath the menace. You want answers, don't you? I nodded before I realized it. My throat was dry, my mouth barely working. I wanted to ask what the hell was going on, what pay your dues even meant, but the words stuck somewhere behind my ribs. Instead, I followed him, the dull ache of uncertainty twisting tighter in my stomach. The door at the end of the hall was different, newer, maybe metal, with a small window I couldn't see through. He reached out and pulled it open, the hinges whining like an old dog disturbed from sleep. The room beyond was lit, but not by any ordinary light. It was a harsh fluorescent glow, and the air smelled colder still, sterile and sharp, like a hospital corridor mixed with burnt rubber. Inside, the walls were lined with clocks. Not just a couple, or the two I'd seen so far, but dozens. All different sizes and shapes. Some were cracked, others stopped dead at random times. My eyes darted across them, trying to make sense of the chaos. The hours on every clock were different. Minutes and seconds spun wildly. But something was off. The hands weren't moving forward. Some oscillated, twitching back and forth like they couldn't decide if they wanted to tick forward or backward. Others seemed frozen, as if time itself had fractured inside this room. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake the nausea creeping up my throat. What is this place? The man stepped in after me, closing the door behind. This is where time lives, he said quietly, almost reverently. Or what's left of it. You're here because you've been taking it for granted. Every visit, you lose hours you don't remember passing. You think it's just being tired, distracted. But the station steals time, your time. I stared at the clocks, suddenly feeling like my own skin was too tight, my breath too shallow. Why? Why would it do that? He shrugged, almost casually. No one knows. Some think it's a curse, others a trap set by people who don't want to be found. Me? I think it's a game. And you're a player now. I laughed, but it was hollow. A game? You're serious. Dead serious, he said. You're here because you need to pay your dues. Time's a currency in this place. The more you take, the more you owe. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a battered notebook, its pages yellowed and edges curled. This is the ledger. Every person who's ever come here has to put their name in. The time they owe. The time they've lost. I took the notebook with trembling hands. The ink was faded, but I could still make out the names scrawled in different handwriting, some neat, others jagged and desperate. Beside each name were numbers. Hours, minutes, some owed days, others, weeks. Why haven't I seen this before? Why didn't I notice? I whispered. Because it's not meant to be noticed, he said, leaning closer. The place is designed to make you forget. To keep you coming back. Every time you think you've lost a little, it's actually stealing more. My head spun. I gripped the notebook tighter, the edges digging into my palm. How do I get out? He smiled then, but it didn't reach his eyes. You don't. Not really. You pay your dues, or you stay. Forever. The fluorescent light flickered again, and for a moment, the room plunged into darkness. I gasped, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would burst my ribs. When the light returned, the man was gone. Silence. Complete silence. I scanned the room frantically, searching for any sign of him, but there was only the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my own ragged breathing and the faint ticking and talking of the clocks. And then I noticed it. One clock, a small one near the corner, wasn't ticking at all. Its hands pointed exactly to 11:47. The same time I'd seen on the gas station's neon sign just minutes before. But the second hand was moving backward. I stepped closer. The cold seeped through the soles of my shoes, and the stale smell thickened, like the room was holding its breath. I reached out to touch the clock, my fingers trembling, when a voice whispered behind me. Time's running out. I spun around, heart racing, but no one was there. Then the door slammed shut. I was trapped. And I hadn't even paid a single due. The door slammed shut behind me, a hollow thud that echoed in the small room like a judge's gavel. I swallowed hard. There was no one. No shadow, no breath, no movement. Just me, the ticking clocks, and that impossible clock rewinding its seconds. My pulse thudded painfully in my throat. I wanted to scream. To run. But the silence was too heavy, thick enough to choke on. I tried the door. Locked. Not just shut, locked. I rattled the handle, every scrape and jangle a desperate plea. Then I started pacing, slow at first, then faster, the rough floor beneath my shoes scraping like sandpaper. The air tasted stale, like forgotten winter clothes stored in a damp attic. I could almost taste the dust and mildew, bitter at the back of my tongue. I glanced around. The other clocks ticked normally, or so I thought, until I realized some showed hours I couldn't reconcile. One read 3:02, another 8:19, yet outside the neon sign had flashed 11:47 moments before the lights cut out. My head swam. Disoriented. Was I losing track of myself? Of the world? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I fumbled it out, blinking against the dim glow. Battery 18%. The screen showed 8:15 p.m., but I'd sworn it was later. I scrolled through my messages, looking for something, anything, that might anchor me. Then I saw it, an unanswered call from my sister, earlier that day. I hesitated. The words I'd meant to say, the apologies, the explanations, felt buried beneath a growing weight of confusion and dread. I pressed the call button. Rang. No answer. Left a message, voice trembling. Hey, it's me. I'm stuck. I don't know how long I've been here. Please call me back. Silence. I sank to the floor, the rough concrete scraping my elbows. The clocks ticked on, mocking. Why was I here? Why this place? Every time I came, I lost more time, hours slipping through my fingers like sand. I tried to piece it together, but the edges kept fraying. The gas station wasn't just a stop, it was a trap. Something inside it was stealing moments from me, and I was running out. A creak. The overhead fluorescent light flickered again, buzzing like a swarm of angry bees. I looked up to see the man from before, or at least his silhouette, standing just outside the frosted glass window. My breath caught. He didn't move. Didn't speak. Just watched. Frozen, I met his eyes through the glass. They weren't angry or even cruel. Empty. Like a man who had been waiting a long time. I noticed the way his hands hung loosely by his sides, the faint twitch of his jaw. I wanted to ask him why. Why the clocks? Why me? But the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I whispered, "Who are you?" No answer. Then the door rattled again, the lock disengaging with a soft click. I scrambled to my feet, ready to bolt, but he stepped inside calmly, almost too calmly, and closed the door behind him. "I can help," he said, voice low and steady, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. "Why me?" I demanded. "What is this place? Why do I lose time here?" He hesitated, then pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket. "You're not the first to notice. And you won't be the last. This station. It's been a crossroads for people like us. Lost in time or losing time, depending on how you see it." I wanted to laugh. Or cry. Instead, I stared at the paper. It was a map, old and yellowed, with scrawled notes in shaky handwriting. Locations marked, times written beside them. "What is this?" I asked. "Places where time slips," he said. "People disappear. Not because of ghosts or curses, but because they get caught here. Like you. Trapped between moments." I ran my fingers over the map, feeling the rough paper under my skin. It smelled of old ink and tobacco. I looked up at him, searching his face for any hint of madness, but his eyes were steady. Determined. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because," he said, "you're close. Closer than most. You just have to find the right clock to set yourself free." I laughed, hollow and bitter. "A clock? Seriously?" He nodded. "It's not about magic. It's about control. This place messes with your perception. You think you're losing time, but really, you're losing your grip on reality. Find the clock that's out of sync, reset it, and maybe you can break the cycle." I looked back at the broken clock. The one with the hands moving backward. The cold seeped up through my shoes again, but this time I forced myself forward. I reached out, fingers trembling, and turned the minute hand slowly, carefully forward. The click was soft, almost inaudible, but the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, shifted. The light steadied. The stale air lightened. The backward second hand stopped its retreat and began ticking forward again. The door unlocked. I didn't hesitate. I bolted out into the night. Outside, the air was sharp and cold, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. The neon sign buzzed erratically but displayed the correct time, 11:48. I inhaled deeply, tasting the crisp night and feeling the rough bark of a nearby tree under my fingertips. I looked back once. The station stood silent, dark except for that flickering sign. No clocks visible. No man. Nothing but the quiet hum of the world moving on. The next morning, I woke in my own bed, the sunlight filtering weakly through the curtains. My watch read 7:45 a.m. I blinked, disoriented. The night felt longer than it should have been, but the hours I'd lost, they were back. I checked my phone. No missed calls. No messages from my sister. For the first time in days, I felt the weight in my chest ease just a little. But the memory stayed the man, the clocks, the whispered warning. Time's running out. I didn't know what that really meant, not yet. Maybe it was a warning for someone else. Or maybe it was my own. I sat up, my hands still trembling slightly, and made a decision. I wasn't going back to that gas station. Not unless I had to. But I also couldn't ignore it. Something about that place was wrong, and it had left a mark on me. I poured a cup of coffee, bitter and hot, the steam fogging my glasses. I stared out the window at the quiet street, listening to the distant hum of the city waking up. The clock on my wall ticked steadily, normally. But I knew better now. Time is fragile, uncertain, and sometimes, when you least expect it, it can slip away quietly, invisibly, like a thief in the night. I didn't trust the clocks anymore. Not the ones at the station. Not the ones on my phone. Not even the one on my wall. Because somewhere, in the shadows of that remote gas station, time was still running out. And I wasn't sure if I'd ever truly escaped it. Story 5, Lost Time Travelers, Haunted Visitors at Campsite. I never thought a weekend in the woods could unsettle me the way that one did. I'd come to this remote patch of wilderness for a break, a chance to disconnect from the relentless noise of the city. No buzzing phones, no emails, just the rhythm of my own breath and the faint rustling of leaves. The map I'd brought was dog-eared, the edges soaked from more than one spilled coffee back home, but it was enough to get me here. Or so I thought. That first evening, the sun dipped low, bleeding orange and pink through the canopy. I sat by the fire, stirring the embers with a stick, the smoke curling up in lazy spirals. The wind was gentle, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Somewhere off to my left, a woodpecker hammered at a dead branch. I noticed then that the usual chorus of crickets and frogs was oddly subdued. Silence. Complete silence. I shook my head, blaming the quiet on the early hour. Still, the lack of sounds gnawed at me. I buried the feeling under a layer of practical thoughts. I had to keep my wits about me, after all. It was only me out here, and I liked it that way. Then, just as darkness thickened around the trees, I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not the light padding of deer or the scurry of squirrels, but human. I froze, the stick clattering to the ground. The sound stopped too, like the forest was waiting for me to move first. Hello? My voice cracked, rough and unfamiliar in the stillness. No answer. I thought about calling out again, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam through the trees. The light caught on something, a figure standing a few yards away, half hidden behind a trunk. The man was tall, his clothes worn and dusty, like he'd been walking for days. His eyes caught the beam, and I saw something in them that didn't quite fit, confusion, or maybe fear. Are you lost? I asked, stepping forward. He nodded slowly, his lips pressed tight. Yes, he said. His voice was soft, but steady. That was the moment I realized I wasn't alone after all. I invited him to sit by the fire, and as he settled down, he introduced himself as Henry. He claimed to be traveling, though his story was scattered. He mentioned things that didn't quite line up, small details that felt out of place for this time. He talked about roads and cars I'd never heard of, and a town that had been wiped from most maps decades ago. I listened, intrigued but unsettled, the way you are when you meet someone who seems both familiar and entirely strange. Before long, others appeared. 2 more figures emerged from the shadows in the following days, each with their own tales, each claiming to be travelers lost in time. They spoke of years long gone, their memories patchy but vivid, as if they'd slipped through cracks in history itself. I couldn't decide if they were playing a trick, or if something stranger was at work. There was Clara, who spoke of the 1940s with a quiet nostalgia, her dress worn and faded, her eyes distant. And then Joseph, whose accent was thick with the 1970s city grit, his stories filled with streets and music that felt decades out of place here. At first, I thought I was just tired, maybe hallucinating after too many hours alone in the forest. But their faces were real, the way the firelight caught the lines on their skin, the way their breath fogged in the cool morning air, the faint scent of old tobacco on Joseph's clothes. I started keeping a journal, scribbling down their stories, trying to make sense of the pattern. They all vanished from records long ago, disappeared without a trace. Somehow, they'd ended up here, tangled in the wilderness like shadows cast by the trees. The forest seemed to hold them, or maybe it was the other way around. By the third day, my own sense of time felt warped. I couldn't tell if the sky was lighter or darker than before. The air tasted thicker, like the weight of unseen eyes pressing in from all sides. I caught myself listening for footsteps when there were none, staring into the woods expecting to see shapes that never came. It was then I noticed the trail of discarded items left behind: old photographs, faded letters, a cracked pocket watch stopped at a strange hour. Things that didn't belong, and yet belonged here more than I did. I tried to ask Henry about it, but he only shrugged, as if the forest had swallowed the answers too. "Maybe it's just a place," he said, lighting a cigarette with trembling hands. "Places like this, they keep things. People, memories. Things that don't want to be found." I didn't know whether to believe him or not. That night, the wind picked up, carrying with it a sharp, bitter smell, something like burnt rubber mixed with wet leaves. The fire sputtered and died, leaving me shivering in the dark. The trees groaned above, branches scraping like fingers against the sky. I lay awake, listening to the silence after the storm. The forest was no longer just a backdrop, it felt alive, watching, waiting. And then I heard it, a whisper, barely audible, carried on the wind. "Don't leave." I told myself it was the wind playing tricks. It had to be. But the feeling lingered, tighter than a noose around my chest. Something was wrong here. Something that wasn't going to let me go. The morning light crept in through the cracked canvas of my tent, weak and hesitant, like it wasn't sure it wanted to be here either. Last night's whisper, "Don't leave," echoed faintly in my mind. I rubbed my eyes and tried to shake it off, but the weight in my chest wouldn't lift. It wasn't just the forest or the wind playing games. Something else was at work, something I hadn't yet put my finger on. I zipped up my jacket and stepped out. The air was sharp, carrying that same bitter scent from the night before, burnt rubber and wet leaves, an odd combination that made me wrinkle my nose. I glanced around. The campsite looked untouched except for the dying embers of our fire pit. Henry was nowhere in sight. I found him near the edge of the clearing, crouched beside a shallow hole he'd started digging. His face was drawn, eyes sunken, but his hands worked with a strange, frantic energy. The cigarette from last night was replaced with something else, a small, battered notebook. "What are you doing out here so early?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't look up. "Trying to make sense of it," he said. "The stories don't line up. None of them." I stepped closer, peering at the notebook. Pages were filled with names, dates, short notes scratched in a hurried scrawl. Some were crossed out. "What is all this?" "Names of the people who vanished here," he said. "Strangers who showed up, just like us. Different decades, but all gone missing in this same area." I thought maybe if I mapped it out, something would click. His words sent a chill down my spine. I remembered the strangers, each one insisting they were lost travelers from some other time, unaware their timelines overlapped only because they'd disappeared years ago. The thought felt less like coincidence and more like a trap. Have you told anyone else? I asked. Henry shook his head, eyes dark. No point. They think I'm nuts. Or worse, that I'm making this up. I frowned. But you're not. No, he replied, voice barely above a whisper. I'm not. We sat in silence for a moment, the forest pressing closer, the birdsong strangely subdued. Then a rustling sound from the bushes caught my attention. I stiffened, heart skittering. Out stepped Claire, one of the other strangers. Her clothes looked like they belonged to another era, something from the 70s, maybe early 80s, but her eyes were sharp, alert. Morning, she said, voice low. I heard you talking. Henry closed the notebook carefully. We're trying to figure out what's really going on here. Claire's gaze flicked between us. I've been thinking about that, too. Ever since I stopped trusting my own memories. You don't remember? I asked. She shook her head slowly. Bits and pieces. Faces, places that don't make sense. Like someone edited my past and left out the important parts. I swallowed hard. You think it's the same for all of us? She nodded. We're all connected, somehow. Not by time, but by this place. It's like the forest takes pieces of us, then spits us back out broken. Henry's fingers trembled as he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small, faded photograph. Look at this, he said, handing it to me. Found it near the stream yesterday. I took the photo, the paper rough and brittle to the touch. It showed a group of people, smiling, unaware of their fate. But something caught my eye. One of the faces was familiar. Too familiar. It looked like me. I blinked, staring again. The figure wore my jacket, the same one I had on now. The photo was dated 1974. That can't be, I murmured, feeling the sweat gather at my temples. This is impossible. Henry shrugged, his expression grim. Nothing about this place makes sense anymore. Claire stepped closer. And that's just the start. There are signs, clues left behind by those who vanished. Messages, warnings maybe. They didn't all disappear quietly. I glanced toward the forest, where the trees stood like silent sentinels. The wind picked up again, colder this time, carrying that acrid smell with it. I could almost taste the bitterness on my tongue. Where did you find these clues? I asked, voice barely steady. Scattered around the campsite and the nearby trails, Claire said. Some carved into tree bark, others hidden under stones. I've been collecting them. Henry pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his notebook. On it was a series of numbers and letters, arranged haphazardly. A code, maybe, he guessed. Or coordinates. I traced a finger over the jagged handwriting. We need to follow this. If there's a pattern, a reason, we have to find it before something else happens. Claire nodded, her eyes darkening with resolve. Agree. But we should be careful. The forest doesn't just swallow people by accident. It's deliberate. A sudden snap echoed nearby. We all froze. The sound was too close, too deliberate to be an animal. Did you hear that? I whispered. Henry's jaw tightened. I did. We stood there, the three of us, the uneasy silence settling back in. The forest had gone quiet again, like it was listening. Waiting. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck and glanced over my shoulder. The trees seemed to lean in, shadows stretching longer, darker. We need to stick together, I said. No more wandering off alone. Claire nodded. Last thing we want is to become another name on Henry's list. As if on cue, a low, guttural sound rose somewhere deeper in the woods. Not an animal. Something else. Something human. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear on my tongue. And then Henry spoke, voice steady but edged with urgency. If we don't find the source of this, the pattern, the threat, it might find us first. The forest was no longer just a backdrop. It was the storm gathering around us. And we were right in the middle of it. The guttural sound faded into the distance, swallowed by the thick night air, but it left behind an echo in my chest, heavy, insistent. I glanced over at Henry and Claire. Their faces were tight with the same tension I felt clawing at my insides. Henry's eyes flicked toward the tree-line, dark and impossible to read. Claire's fingers trembled as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. None of us spoke for a moment, the silence too thick for words. We can't just wait here, Henry finally said, voice low. We need to figure out what's out there, or at least why it's here. I swallowed hard, the bitter tang of adrenaline coating my tongue. Figuring it out might mean getting closer, I said, not sure if I was trying to sound brave or just stubborn. And if it's human, that could be worse than any animal. Claire gave a nod, her eyes sharper now, like she was piecing something together. You said it yourself, these aren't just travelers who got lost. They vanished. Without a trace. It's all connected to this forest. Her words hit me like a cold splash. I thought about the stories we'd shared, the decades of people who disappeared, all tangled in the same wilderness. It wasn't just coincidence. Something about this place trapped them, or worse, used them. I rubbed my temples, trying to stave off the growing headache. So what now? We're stuck here with no signal, no way out except through the trees that want to swallow us whole. And now, whatever's making those sounds is human. Henry looked at me then, his gaze sharp. There's no going back. Not really. That road we came in on? It's flooded. The ranger station's abandoned. No one's coming for us. I blinked, the weight of his words sinking in. The idea of escape was fading fast, replaced by the grim reality that we were trapped. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms. Claire crouched down, pulling out a crumpled map from her backpack, the paper cracked and worn. This is the area, she said, tracing a finger along a faint trail. There's an old logging camp marked here, but no one's been there for decades. Maybe it's connected. Henry shook his head. Logging camp or not, that place is a dead zone. No one's been inside since the 70s. It's where some of those missing people were last seen. The hairs on the back of my neck rose. You think we should go there? She met my eyes with a grim smile. I don't like it either, but it's the only lead we have. The forest around us seemed to lean closer, shadows shifting with the flicker of our small campfire. The scent of damp earth mixed with pine and something else, an undercurrent of rot, faint but unmistakable. I crouched beside the fire, the heat barely warming my numb fingers. If we go, we need to stick together. No stragglers. And we watch each other's backs. Henry nodded in agreement. Agreed. No distractions. Eyes open. As we packed up, the forest fell eerily silent again, the kind of silence that carries its own weight. The rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, everything felt amplified in the dark. The next morning, the air was thick with fog, swallowing the campsite in a gray shroud. We moved cautiously, boots sinking into soggy soil, the distant call of a crow cutting through the stillness. The map guided us deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their trunks slick with moss. My breath came out in shallow puffs, the cold biting at my lungs. Every step felt heavier, like the forest was trying to pull us down, slow us, keep us from reaching that logging camp. Claire went ahead, her figure barely visible through the mist. Henry and I followed, the sound of our footsteps muted and swallowed by the thick carpet of needles and leaves. Suddenly, Henry stopped, his hand shooting out to grab my arm. "Listen." I tilted my head. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest noises, wind, distant birds, but then, faint and broken, a voice. Low, almost a whisper, carried on the wind. "Help me." It was a woman's voice. Fragile. Desperate. I shivered, the hairs on my arms standing straight up. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Henry nodded grimly. "It's coming from over there." We moved toward the sound, pushing past tangled branches and thorny bushes. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the light dimming under the thick canopy. Suddenly, we reached a clearing. The remnants of the old logging camp lay scattered, a rusted wheelbarrow tipped on its side, shattered planks of wood, and a half-collapsed shack with its door hanging crooked. The scent of mildew and decay was strong, mixing with the metallic tang of old machinery long unused. I stepped inside the shack, the floor creaking beneath my weight. The walls were covered in scratched messages, names, dates, and symbols carved deep into the wood. Some were fresh, the cuts still raw. Others were faded with age. Claire joined me, her eyes scanning the inscriptions. These names, they matched the ones Henry's list mentioned. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. So whoever was here left these marks. Maybe a warning. Or a record. Henry's voice came from outside, tense. "There's something else." I followed him out, and my breath caught. Near the edge of the clearing, half buried in mud, was a weathered backpack. It looked modern, too modern for this abandoned place. I knelt to examine it, the fabric damp and torn. Inside, a notebook, its pages soaked but intact. I flipped through it, the handwriting jagged, hurried. It was a journal. Entries dated just a few months ago. The last page was different. The ink smeared, words scratched out in panic. But I caught the final lines. "They're watching. You can't trust anyone here. The forest takes more than it gives. Leave now, before it's too late." A shiver traveled down my spine. The words were a screen frozen on paper. Claire looked at me, eyes wide. This means someone else was here recently. Someone who knew the danger. Henry's face darkened. And they didn't make it out. The forest seemed to close around us, the weight of unseen eyes pressing in. The realization hit me with brutal clarity. This wasn't just about getting lost. It was about survival, about outsmarting something or someone that thrived on fear and isolation. Turning back wasn't an option anymore. The logging camp was a trap, a lure, a twisted puzzle piece in a much larger design. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of regret sharp on my tongue. "We keep moving," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "Because if we don't..." Claire finished for me, her voice steady despite the tremble in her hands. "We become part of the pattern." We packed up what we could from the shack and headed back into the trees, the mist thickening, the forest alive with quiet menace. And then I heard it again, a slow, deliberate tapping, like fingers drumming on bark. Not far off. Too close. Henry stopped dead in his tracks. They're still here. Silence. Complete silence. I couldn't tell if it was the forest holding its breath or us. But one thing was clear, the point of no return wasn't behind us anymore. It was right here, waiting. The forest didn't wait for morning. Darkness crept in with a slow, suffocating certainty, swallowing the last dregs of daylight and dragging the cold with it. We stood there, the four of us, beneath a sky that had forgotten stars, the trees pressing close like watchful sentinels. Claire's voice was barely a whisper, but it cut through the thick silence. "We keep moving." I nodded, swallowing the lump that clogged my throat. The warning scrawled on that torn piece of paper, "They're watching," was no longer just a cryptic threat. It was a promise. Something was out there, something patient. Something that had been waiting long before we arrived. "Where to, though?" Henry asked, his voice rough, brittle from disuse. His eyes darted from shadow to shadow, like he expected the forest to answer. "The logging camp's a dead end. No paths lead out." Claire pulled her jacket tighter. "We have to circle back. Find the river. Water always leads somewhere." She sounded reasonable, but even she didn't believe it. I could see it in the way her fingers trembled as she brushed a loose strand of hair from her face. I took a breath, trying to steady the shaking in my legs. The cold wasn't just from the night. It was the weight of knowing. Knowing that the people we'd met, the lost travelers from different decades, weren't just stories. They were warnings. And if we weren't careful, we'd be next. The crunch of twigs underfoot was deafening in the quiet. My hands balled into fists, nails digging into my palms to keep from trembling. Every sound seemed amplified, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves stirred by a night breeze, a sudden snap that sent my heart hammering. I couldn't tell if it was the forest or something else. Claire's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. "Did you hear that?" I froze. There was a faint noise, a shuffling movement, just beyond the tree line. Something or someone was out there. Watching. Waiting. My breath caught in my chest, thick and ragged. "Probably just an animal," I said, though the tightness in my chest told me I didn't believe it. Henry shook his head. "No animals move like that. Not this late, not this close." The three of us exchanged looks, the kind that didn't need words. We were trapped in a shrinking circle, the forest closing in tighter with every passing second. Suddenly, Claire's flashlight flickered, a brief, stuttering beam that illuminated a patch of ground littered with footprints. Not animal tracks. Human. Fresh. My stomach clenched. Someone else was here. Someone who hadn't left. "Look," Claire whispered, pointing. The prints led toward the old logging road, then veered off into the dense thicket where the trees grew so close together they blocked out the sky. "Why would they go that way?" I asked, squinting through the gloom. Henry's face was hard, set. Maybe they didn't want to be found. The idea sent a chill down my spine. Who were these people? And what had they seen? The thought of them vanishing, swallowed by the wilderness as if they'd never existed, made the blackness around us feel heavier, almost alive. "We have to keep moving," I said. "Stay close. No one goes off alone." Claire nodded, but I caught the flicker of doubt in her eyes. None of us wanted to admit it, but the simple act of moving forward felt like stepping deeper into a trap. We started down the logging road, the ground uneven beneath our boots, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Every shadow seemed to twitch with movement. Every rustle hinted at a presence just out of sight. I tried to focus on the rhythm of our footsteps, the steady crunch of gravel and twigs. It was the only real thing in a place that felt increasingly unreal. "Did you notice," Claire said quietly, "that none of the trees here have branches below a certain height? Like someone trimmed them all?" I looked up. She was right. The lower trunks were bare, smooth in a way that didn't seem natural. Henry frowned. "Logging, maybe? Or someone clearing a path. Or someone making it harder to hide," Claire added. The idea made my skin crawl. Whoever or whatever was out there wanted to be seen. Or maybe they wanted us to see nothing at all. We pressed on, the road winding deeper into the wilderness. The temperature dropped further, and a damp chill seeped through my clothes. The air tasted metallic, like something had died nearby. Then, without warning, a sound shattered the night, a low, guttural hum, like a machine buried deep in the forest. It was faint, distant, but unmistakably mechanical. "What is that?" I asked, stopping dead in my tracks. Claire's face tightened. "I don't know. But it's not natural." Henry took a step forward, then stopped. "It's coming from the direction the footprints led." My heart pounded so loud I was sure it would betray us. I wish I were making this up. The hum grew louder, a steady vibration that seemed to pulse through the ground beneath our feet. Suddenly, the beam of Claire's flashlight caught something ahead, a small, makeshift structure, half hidden by undergrowth and shadow. A crude shack, built from scavenged wood and rusted metal. It looked abandoned, but the smell told a different story, sharp, acrid, like burnt oil and something fouler beneath. Claire swallowed hard. We shouldn't go in. But Henry was already moving toward it. We need to know what's going on. If this is where they came from, where the others vanished, we have to find answers. I hesitated, torn between fear and the desperate need for clarity. The forest was no longer just a backdrop. It was a maze, a prison. And this shack, whatever it was, felt like the heart of it. As we approached, the hum grew louder, vibrating in my chest. The door was cracked open, hanging on rusty hinges with a slow, creaking groan. Inside, the dim light revealed a cluttered space, old tools, empty cans, and a wall plastered with yellowed newspaper clippings. Headlines about missing hikers, cryptic notes scrawled in hurried handwriting, and photographs pinned up in a chaotic collage. I stepped closer, the air thick with dust and something sour I couldn't place. The morning air hung heavy with mist, the kind that clings to your skin and makes your clothes feel damp even hours after the sun's climbed high. I woke in the old tent, the fabric still trembling from last night's wind, the subtle creak of trees shifting overhead. I lay still, listening to the forest's waking, birds calling, leaves rustling, the faint drip of dew falling from pine needles. Somewhere distant, water moved, stream or river, I wasn't sure anymore. The scent of wet earth and pine needles filled my nostrils. It was familiar, but now it was tainted with something else, a sharp, sour tang I couldn't place. I sat up slowly, rubbing the stiffness from my shoulders. The others were already stirring. Their voices floated through the thin nylon walls, low and cautious. I could hear Sarah's soft laughter, trying to break the tension, and then George's gruff murmur, like he was reminding himself to keep calm. I didn't want to join them yet, not just yet. I needed to think. The last few days replayed in my mind like bad film. Strangers from different decades, all lost in the same forest, all vanished without a trace, all somehow tied to this place. Their timelines collided here, in this wilderness that seemed to swallow more than just people. No ghosts. No monsters. Just people. People who lost themselves or were lost by something far worse than any creature lurking in the dark. I zipped up the tent and stepped outside. The sun was finally breaking through the fog, scattering long shadows across the clearing. The campsite looked different in daylight, less ominous, maybe, but no less unsettling. The fire pit was cold, the ashes gray and scattered. Our meager supplies sat piled next to the tents, the smell of canned beans mixing oddly with the damp forest. I spotted Jenny by the stream, crouched with her hands submerged in the cold water, staring at her reflection. She looked up as I approached, a faint smile tugging at her lips, but her eyes were distant, like she was still somewhere else. "Morning," I said, my voice rough from disuse. "Morning," she replied without much enthusiasm. "Did you sleep?" fitfully. You? She shrugged, somewhere between anxious and hopeful. Her eyes met mine. You think we'll get out of here? I didn't answer immediately. The question was too heavy, too loaded. We'd all been circling the same doubt like sharks. I didn't want to admit it aloud, but the forest had a way of making time feel irrelevant, like it stretched and folded in on itself until you couldn't tell what was past or future. I don't know, I finally said. But we have to try. The others gathered slowly, drawn by our voices or the pale morning light. George looked older than ever, his face lined with worry and exhaustion. Sarah's usual spark was dimmed, replaced by a kind of quiet determination. Each of them carried pieces of their own stories, decades of vanished years crammed into this strange, shared moment. We sat in a rough circle, the forest pressing in around us, the weight of our combined histories pressing down like a physical thing. I looked at each face in turn, trying to find something to hold on to. Listen, I said, there's something we haven't talked about enough. Something all of you mentioned, but no one really connected. I hesitated. The patterns. The disappearances. The way this place. It traps people. Jenny nodded slowly. It's a maze, but not just the trails. It's the people, too. The way they get tangled up in fear, in memories. Like the forest feeds on that. George grunted. Sounds like a bunch of nonsense. But it's not, Sarah said sharply. I've been thinking about it all night. Why the timelines overlap. Why none of us left, even when we had chances. It's not just the forest's geography. It's the psychology, how it warps your mind. I rubbed my temples. You mean the stress, the isolation, the way we start doubting everything, including ourselves. Yes, she said. And maybe that's what made us disappear in the first place. Not a monster or some supernatural force, but the breakdown of our own minds under pressure. The forest is just the backdrop. It was a hard truth. The wilderness had always been unforgiving, but it was human nature, our fears, our doubts that really did the damage. I thought of the stories they told me in whispers, the traveler from the 1940s who wandered off after losing his way, the woman from the 1970s who never trusted the others, the man from the 1990s who kept talking about someone following him. All of them fractured by isolation, by the creeping paranoia. I glanced at Sarah. So what do we do? How do we break the cycle? She looked at me with tired eyes. We face it. Together. No secrets. No silence. For the first time in days, I felt a flicker of something I hadn't dared to hope for: solidarity. Maybe even trust. We spent the next hours sharing more than just our stories. We talked about our fears, our regrets, the things we tried to bury deep. The forest seemed to listen, its shadows retreating a little with each confession. The air grew lighter, the sour tang fading. Later, I found myself walking alone along a ridge overlooking the valley. The view was breathtaking, endless green, a river sneaking through the trees, the sky vast and pale blue. The wind brushed past me, cool and sharp. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply, tasting the clean air, feeling the rough bark beneath my fingers. I thought about the people I'd met here, about the strange, tragic histories they carried. About myself, too. How I'd come here looking for answers and found only more questions. But maybe that was the point. Maybe the real wilderness wasn't out there in the trees. It was inside us all, the part that gets lost, that struggles to find a way back. When I returned to camp, the others were waiting. We packed our gear slowly, deliberately. No one rushed. No one looked away. We were ready to leave this place behind, but with the understanding that some part of us would always carry it. Sarah caught my eye and nodded. Ready? I smiled, the weight on my chest feeling a little less heavy. Ready. We stepped onto the trail together, the forest quiet around us. The sun was higher now, casting dappled light on the path. We walked side by side, each step a promise, not just to escape, but to remember. As we disappeared into the trees, I realized something important. This place didn't have to be a trap. It could be a turning point. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Story 6, Lingering Shadows, the Dark Shape of Illness. I never noticed the way the hallway light flickered until last Tuesday. That morning had started like any other, with me shuffling through the narrow corridors of the rehabilitation ward where I worked as a physical therapy aide. The soft clatter of crutches and the distant murmur of nurses' voices were background noise by now. I had learned to tune them out, mostly, but still caught the odd word or phrase: blood pressure, mobility, chronic pain. It was the kind of place where the air felt thick with quiet effort and tired hope, the kind where small progress was celebrated like a victory. I liked that about it. I was helping a man named Mr. Ellis that day. He was in his late 60s, with a slow, deliberate gait and a permanent tightness in his jaw. Parkinson's, they said. I'd been working with him for 3 months, mostly helping him with balance exercises and encouraging him to take one more step, just one more. He was stubborn but kind, and I liked watching his face wrinkle into a smile when he managed something new. But that morning, as I guided him through a simple standing stretch, something odd happened. I saw it. I know how that sounds, but it wasn't a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows or a shadow cast by the window. Behind him, no, not behind, almost attached to him, there was a dark shape. It wasn't like the usual shadows that danced along the floor or clung to the corners. This one was different. It twisted and pulsed, like a living thing made of smoke and something sticky, like old tar. It clung to his right side, stretching out in tendrils that writhed slowly, almost lazily. At first, I thought it was just a trick of my tired eyes, maybe a trick of the fluorescent lights. Mr. Ellis, how's that feel? I asked, my voice catching slightly. He blinked at me, confused. Feels fine, he said, then paused. Are you all right? You look a bit pale. I nodded quickly and forced a smile. Just tired, that's all. Let's try again. But the shape stayed with him, and it made my skin crawl. Later, during lunch, I tried to push the image out of my mind, but it lingered in the edges of my vision. I caught myself glancing at other patients, Mrs. Ramirez with her slow, shuffling steps, young Tommy with his stiff arm after the accident, and each time, the same thing happened. Shadows. Dark, unhealthy shadows that seemed to grow thicker and more tangled the more I focused on them. I didn't say anything at first. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things or if I was just overtired. The doctors had warned me that my rare neurological disorder could cause sensory distortions. They called it a perceptual anomaly, but that felt like a polite way of saying I was losing my grip on reality. I had been diagnosed 6 months ago, after months of strange symptoms, brief moments where sounds seemed muffled or too loud, colors looking off, and occasional twitching around my eyes. The neurologist was thorough but cautious. It's rare, she said. It will get worse before it gets better. Keep a journal. Tell us if you notice anything unusual. I kept the journal, sure enough, but I never wrote down the shadows. The hospital was a maze of sterile white walls and linoleum floors that creaked under the weight of footsteps. I liked the quiet corners near the old stairwell, where the light caught dust motes like tiny stars caught in a jar. That day, I found myself standing there more than once, the smell of old paper and cleaning solution filling my nostrils. Maybe I was just anxious. Maybe it was the disorder messing with me. but I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was lurking beneath the surface, something that wasn't supposed to be seen. I tried to talk to my coworker, Lisa, during our break. She was younger, always cheerful, with a laugh that felt too bright for this place. "Hey," I said, leaning against the peeling plaster wall. "Have you noticed anything weird around here? Like strange shadows or anything?" She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "What do you mean?" "Just shadows. Like they're not normal shadows." Lisa shrugged. "Long night? Maybe you need to get some rest." I nodded, but inside, the unease grew. That afternoon, I worked with a young woman named Jenna. She was recovering from a stroke and had trouble with her left side. As she tried to grip a softball, I saw it again, the twisted shadow, tighter and darker around her trembling hand. It pulsed in rhythm with her shaky breath, coiling like a snake ready to strike. I reached out to help her, to steady her hand, but the shadow flared, stretching wider and darker, as if feeding off my attention. I jerked back, startled. "Are you okay?" Jenna asked, eyes wide. "Yes. Just, a little dizzy," I lied. Later, I sat alone in the break room, the hum of the vending machine filling the silence. I pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to will the images away. The stale taste of cold coffee lingered on my tongue, bitter and acrid. I wasn't sure if I was losing my mind or if my senses were finally tuning into something no one else could see. And then, just before the end of my shift, I noticed something else. In the reflection of the window facing the parking lot, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing too still, too far away for anyone to notice. The shadow beneath them was larger than the person, stretching and writhing in a way that made my breath catch in my throat. I blinked and it was gone. But the feeling didn't leave me. Walking home that night, the streets were quiet except for the occasional bark of a distant dog and the rustle of dry leaves skittering across cracked pavement. The cold air smelled faintly of winter, sharp and clean. I pulled my coat tighter and glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see that shadow lurking behind me. I don't know what I'm dealing with. I don't even know if it's real. But I can't stop seeing it. The next morning, I woke tangled in the sheets, the bitter aftertaste of cold coffee still clinging stubbornly to my tongue. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake it off, but the memory stayed sharp, like a splinter under my skin. Something about it gnawed at me. Maybe it was the way the shadows seemed to pulse with an unnatural weight, refusing to obey gravity or logic. It wasn't just a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. It never was. I couldn't go back to sleep, not after what I'd seen. So, I got up, pulled on a hoodie, and made myself a cup of tea, the steam warm and earthy between my fingers. The kitchen smelled faintly of old bread and something metallic, probably the sink. I tried to focus on the mundane sounds, the kettle's whistle, the clink of a spoon against a mug, but my mind kept circling back to that shadow. I needed answers. Not the kind you find in textbooks or doctor's notes. More like proof. Something concrete. The hospital was quieter than usual when I got there. Early shift hadn't started, but nurses and aides milled about, their voices low and hurried. I caught sight of Dr. Marlowe by the nurse's station, tall, with that permanent crease between his brows, like he was always solving a problem no one else noticed. I hesitated. I wasn't sure if I could explain what I'd been experiencing without sounding like I'd lost grip on reality. Still, I found myself walking over. "Dr. Marlowe?" I said, my voice uneven. He looked up, surprised. "Yes. You okay?" I nodded, forcing a smile. "I think so. I'm seeing things. Or maybe feeling things. Like I can sense something wrong with patients, but it's not just symptoms. It's like I see these shadows around them. He blinked slowly, expression unreadable. Shadows? Yeah. Like they're twisted, and they move on their own. It's not hallucinations. It's more like my senses are distorted. I paused, unsure if I should say more. I know how that sounds. He rubbed his chin. Sounds like you're under a lot of stress. Maybe you need some rest. I'm fine, I said quickly, but I wasn't. My hands trembled just slightly, enough to make me drop the pen I was holding. The sound echoed too loud in the quiet room. Okay, he said, voice softer. But if you want, I can have the neurology team run some tests. You might be experiencing sensory misperceptions. It's not uncommon. I swallowed hard. Maybe. But this feels different. He studied me for a moment longer, then nodded. All right. Let's keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, keep notes. Anything unusual. When it happens, what you see, how it looks. I promised I would. The day passed in a blur of routine, checking vitals, charting symptoms, answering questions I barely heard. But every time I glanced at a patient, I caught those shadows flickering at the edges of my vision. That old man with the trembling hands had a knot of dark tendrils curling around his wrists, tightening like a noose. The woman in bed 14, the one with the pneumonia, her shadow was a writhing mass of something slick and black, almost pulsing with each shallow breath she took. I tried to look away, to focus on the charts or the beeping monitors, but the shadows kept growing. And the more I tried to help, the stronger they seemed to get, as if my attention fed them. During lunch, I sat alone in the break room, the artificial light harsh against my skin. I pulled out my phone and started a note, jotting down descriptions, times, even sketches, awkward, jagged lines that barely captured what I saw. The plastic table felt cold beneath my fingertips, and the hum of the overhead fluorescent lights was almost unbearable. Then my phone buzzed. A message from Claire, the hospital's social worker and the closest thing I had to a friend here. You okay? You sounded off yesterday. I hesitated, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Finally, I typed back, not really. Seeing something strange. Minutes later, she called. Her voice was calm, familiar, a small island of normalcy in the chaos of my thoughts. Tell me everything, she said gently. I did. I told her about the shadows, the way they moved, how they felt alive. How they seemed to feed on my attempts to help. There was silence on the other end. Then, that's unsettling. But you're not imagining it, right? You're sure? I don't know. But I think the shadows are linked to the patient's illnesses. Like their pain and sickness have a shape. Claire was quiet. Maybe it's your brain's way of processing empathy. You're absorbing everything too deeply. Maybe. But it's not just in my head. Last night, I saw that figure in the parking lot. The shadow was wrong, like it didn't belong. I'm coming by your unit in an hour. We'll figure this out together. I felt a flicker of relief, but also a new kind of worry. What if this wasn't just a quirk of my mind? What if the shadows meant something worse? Back on the ward, I found myself avoiding certain patients, the ones whose shadows were thickest, blackest. I didn't want to see them grow stronger, didn't want to be responsible for feeding that darkness. But guilt crept in, sharp and insistent. That afternoon, Mr. Henderson, the elderly man with heart failure, asked for help adjusting his oxygen mask. His breath was shallow, rattling, and I knelt beside him, steadying the tube. The shadow beneath him stretched, splitting into spindly limbs that clawed at the floor. It felt like cold fingers brushing my skin. I blinked, forcing myself to focus on the soft rasp of his breathing, the faint scent of antiseptic and sweat. "Thank you," he whispered, eyes closing. I stayed a moment longer, heart thudding, then stepped back. The shadow recoiled, shrinking but not disappearing. Later, Claire arrived. She looked around the ward, eyes sharp and curious. "Let's start with the records. Maybe there's a pattern." We pored over charts, test results, notes. Nothing obvious, no infections linked across patients, no environmental toxins. Just a collection of illnesses, old and new. But then I noticed something. The patients whose shadows seemed largest were the ones who had recently suffered severe emotional trauma. Mrs. Acker, the woman with pneumonia, had lost her husband 2 weeks ago. Mr. Henderson's son had abandoned him months back. The weight of their illnesses was compounded by grief, by loneliness. "Maybe the shadows aren't just sickness," I said, voice low. "Maybe they're the sum of pain, physical and emotional." Claire nodded slowly. "That would explain why they grow stronger the more you try to help. You're not just trying to heal bodies, you're touching their brokenness." The thought made my stomach twist. I glanced at the clock. Night was falling. Shadows lengthened in the corridors, and the hospital felt colder, emptier. I was tired, but something stirred beneath the surface, the need to understand, to see clearly. As Claire gathered her things to leave, she paused by the door. "Be careful. Whatever this is, it's more than just your senses playing tricks." I watched her go, the echo of her footsteps fading down the hall. Alone again, I shuffled back to my station, the lights flickering overhead. In the reflection of the window, I caught it, a shape, darker than the rest, shifting just beyond the glass. I blinked. The shadow stayed. And this time, it moved toward me. The night dragged on, thick and restless, as Claire and I sat hunched over the patient files in that cramped, overheated office. The faint buzz of the flickering fluorescent light overhead gave the room a tired, sickly glow, like it was on the verge of giving up. Somewhere down the hall, a nurse's cart clattered against the linoleum floor, and a distant monitor beeped steadily, too steady, like a metronome counting out time I wasn't sure I had left. I rubbed my temples, the sharp ache settling behind my eyes. The shadows from earlier, those twisted, grotesque shapes clinging to the edges of the patients, didn't seem like hallucinations anymore. Not after what Claire said. The pain, the grief, the loneliness, they all fed those shadows, made them bigger, stronger. It wasn't just disease. It was something else, something deeper. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" I asked, not sure if I wanted an answer. Claire shook her head. Her eyes were tired, but stubborn, like the sort of person who refused to blink even when the world was falling apart. "No, not like this. It's almost like the illnesses are manifesting, physically. But that can't be right." I could feel the shadows again, creeping at the edges of my vision, twitching while I wasn't looking directly. I blinked hard, trying to clear the image, but they stayed looming, waiting. "We need to figure out why," I said. Claire nodded, pulling a crumpled hospital report closer. I noticed her fingers trembling slightly. "Look at this." She tapped a page. Emotional trauma. Almost every patient with a large shadow has had some recent loss or stress. I leaned in, the smell of stale coffee and antiseptic mixing in the cramped air. So the shadow feeds on pain. But why? And how? She frowned, biting her lip. Maybe it's some kind of psychosomatic thing. The brain's way of externalizing suffering. But that doesn't explain why they get worse, or why you see them. I swallowed, the taste of copper rising in my mouth. I'm not sure I want to know. What if the more I try to help, the more I feed those things? Claire gave me a look, part frustration, part sympathy. You don't get to stop. Not now. You're the only one who sees this. You're the only one who can do something. That hit me like a punch to the gut. The only one. I wasn't sure if that was an honor or a curse. I tried to stand, but my legs felt like lead. The shadows, no, the things they represented were closing in, like a pressure building behind my ribs. I pressed my hand to my chest, breathing shallow. The room seemed to tilt, the edges wobbly, as if reality itself was fraying. Claire's voice cut through the haze. You need to rest. I shook my head. I can't. Not with this. She hesitated, then said quietly, what if the shadows aren't just in your head? What if they're tied to something real, something we haven't seen yet? The thought was a terrible weight. I remembered Mrs. Acker's shadow, huge, ragged, almost snarling, and Mr. Henderson's twisting and writhing like a living nightmare. If these were just reflections of pain, why did they feel so alive? Why did they seem to resist me, to push back when I tried to reach them? Claire's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, frowning. It's the ward. Another patient's shadow just exploded. Exploded? I echoed, my voice too loud in the quiet room. She nodded, standing abruptly. We need to see it. I followed her down the sterile hallway, the flickering lights casting long, jittery shadows across the peeling paint. The air smelled like bleach and something metallic, fear, maybe. When we reached the room, the door was cracked open. Inside, a young man sat slouched in bed, sweat slicking his forehead. His shadow was enormous, a writhing mass of black tendrils that clawed at the walls, stretching and contracting like a living thing. The nurses hovered nearby, faces pale and tight. One whispered something about the patient's heart rate spiking, his breathing shallow. Claire stepped forward, voice steady but urgent. What happened? He just started screaming, a nurse said, eyes wide. Then the shadow. It just burst. Like it exploded all at once. I stared at the pulsating shape, feeling a cold knot tighten in my stomach. The shadow wasn't just a symptom. It was dangerous. The patient's eyes met mine, glassy and terrified. It hurts, he gasped. It's inside me, tearing me apart. I wanted to reach out, to do something. But as I stepped closer, the shadow flared, tendrils whipping toward me. My skin prickled, a rush of heat and cold like the air, cold and heavy with silence itself was alive and hostile. Claire grabbed my arm. Back up. I stumbled, heart hammering. The shadow shrank, retreating into the patient's chest, but the damage was done. The room felt charged, electric. We're in over our heads, Claire muttered. I nodded, swallowing hard. The realization hit me like ice water. There was no going back. I was already too deep into this, too tangled with these shadows, with their pain and their rage. Outside the room, I paused, the hallway suddenly silent except for my ragged breathing. The weight of what I'd seen pressed down on me, heavy and unyielding. I thought about the patients, about their grief, their losses. About the way the shadows fed on that, twisting and growing stronger the more I tried to help. And then, a chilling truth settled in. What if the shadows weren't just reflections of pain? What if they were something else entirely, something alive in a way no one could explain, something I couldn't fight with kindness or medicine? I pressed my hand to the wall, feeling the rough plaster beneath my fingers. The hospital smelled of antiseptic and fear, of sickness and something darker, harder to name. Claire's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. We need to tell someone. No, I said, voice barely above a whisper. If they knew. If anyone else saw what I see, it would be chaos. Panic. Maybe worse. She looked at me, eyes searching. Then what? You keep this to yourself? Let it spread? I didn't have an answer. Because the truth was, I didn't know if I could stop it. I didn't even know if I should try. The shadows were part of these people now, and by extension, part of me. I'd crossed a line. The point of no return. And the darkness was already closing in. The corridor stretched out, long and sterile, like some endless artery pumping sickness through the hospital's veins. My fingers left the wall, but the rough plaster seemed to cling to my skin, as if the building itself was trying to hold me back. My breath came in shallow, uneven bursts. Claire's words echoed, sharp and urgent. We need to tell someone. I shook my head again, the sound barely audible in the stillness. No. If they knew. If anyone else saw what I see, it would be chaos. Panic. I wasn't sure if I was convincing her or myself. The shadows weren't just reflections of pain. They were something else entirely, something alive and growing darker. I had to see it again. I slipped back inside the patient's room, the door clicking shut behind me with a hollow thud. The faint hum of the overhead fluorescent light buzzed unevenly, flickering like a heartbeat struggling to keep pace. The shadows from earlier were gone. The room looked normal, muted, but I knew better. I could still feel the residue, thick and viscous in the air, cold and heavy with silence, like a bruise forming beneath the skin. My skin prickled, the hairs on my forearm rising. The scent of antiseptic mixed with something sour, old sweat, forgotten tears. I swallowed hard. Show me, I muttered under my breath. The shadows appeared slowly, crawling up the walls like smoke. They twisted in impossible shapes, limbs curling inwards, faces distorted in silent screams, eyes like hollow pits. They pulsed in the corner of my vision, growing clearer as I stared. Their presence was suffocating, an oppressive weight pressing against my ribs. It wasn't just the patient's pain I was seeing anymore. It was something darker, something that thrived on desperation. A sudden noise made me jump. The door at the end of the hallway creaked open, slow and deliberate. A figure stepped out, a nurse, her face pale and tight, eyes darting nervously. She moved with quick, jerky steps, as if caught between fleeing and hiding. The shadows around her were different, sharp, jagged edges that seemed to flicker like broken glass. They whispered, a low, static murmur that my mind tried to block but couldn't. "Hey," I called softly. She froze, then glanced over her shoulder before stepping towards me. Her voice was brittle. "You shouldn't be here." "Neither should you," I said, though my voice cracked. "What's going on? Did you see?" I stopped. No one else could see it. I wasn't ready for her to think I was losing my mind. She shook her head, eyes wide with something that wasn't fear but something colder. "It's not safe." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "You have to leave." The shadows around her flickered faster, writhing like a storm raging beneath her skin. I could almost hear something like a low growl trapped inside her chest. The air grew thick, and my vision wavered, the edges of the room blurring. I felt dizzy, the floor uneven beneath my feet. "I'm not leaving," I said, though my throat was dry. "I need to understand this." She took a step back, hands trembling. "You don't understand. No one does. The more you try to help, the stronger they get. They don't want help, they want control. They feed on you." I wanted to argue, to say I could fight it. but a cold knot tightened in my stomach. The nurse's eyes darted to the hallway behind me, as if expecting something or someone. "Who?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. She didn't answer. Instead, she turned and hurried away, the shadows trailing her like smoke from a dying fire. I was alone again, but the silence that followed was heavier than before. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. The shadows still lingered, writhing in the corners like dark creatures waiting to pounce. I closed my eyes, trying to will them away, but that only made them pull stronger. The hospital felt alive in a way I hadn't noticed before. The distant beep of monitors, the shuffling footsteps in the hall, the low murmur of voices through closed doors, it all blended into a suffocating symphony of tension. I could taste the metallic tang of fear, sharp and bitter on my tongue. I thought about the patients, the ones I tried to help. Every time I reached out, the shadows grew. The nurse's warning echoed in my mind. They didn't want help. They wanted control. A sudden slam echoed from down the hall. My head snapped up. The shadows flickered wildly, like a storm breaking loose. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder, and for a moment, the world seemed to tilt. I moved toward the noise, each step hesitant but driven by a desperate need to understand. The corridor stretched endlessly, the walls closing in as the shadows thickened around me. I could feel their weight, dragging at my skin, whispering in a language I couldn't decipher but understood too well. At the end of the hall, the door to the storage room was hanging open. Inside, boxes spilled onto the floor, papers fluttering like frightened birds. And there, slumped against the wall, was Claire. Her skin was pale, almost translucent under the harsh light. The shadows around her were massive, a writhing mass that seemed to choke the air. They pulsed with rage, twisting into grotesque shapes that made my stomach churn. "Claire," I whispered, stepping closer. She didn't respond. Her breath was shallow, uneven. The shadows pulsed faster, reacting to my presence like a living thing. I reached out, hand trembling. The moment I touched her arm, a blast of cold shot through me, and the shadows surged, wrapping around my wrist like a vice. Pain exploded in my chest, sharp and sudden. I gasped, stumbling back. "Stop," I said, voice cracking. "Please." Her eyes fluttered open, and for a moment I saw the woman I knew, frightened, tired, desperate. But the shadows surged again, and her face twisted in agony. I realized then that this wasn't just about them or me. It was a battle I couldn't win with kindness or medicine. The shadows were alive, feeding on every attempt to save, growing stronger with each desperate reach. I staggered back, the walls closing in. The hospital's antiseptic smell now mixed with the scent of something rotten, decaying. My hands trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat slicked my forehead. Claire's voice was barely a whisper. The rain had stopped by the time I left the hospital. Outside, the night air was thick with the smell of wet pavement and damp earth, a cold breath that settled around me, seeping through the collar of my jacket. I could hear the faint hum of distant traffic, the occasional drip from the eaves of the building, and even the soft, rhythmic clatter of my own footsteps on the cracked sidewalk. It was a quiet kind of silence, one that felt heavy, like the moment just before a storm fully breaks or after it's passed but left everything unsettled. I had spent the last hours trying to explain what I saw to Dr. Levin, the neurologist who had been as baffled by my symptoms as I was. My senses, once reliable guides through the world, had become treacherous tricksters, painting the illnesses of others as grotesque living shadows that clung to them, feeding off their suffering and mine, too. I wanted to help, but the harder I tried, the more those shadows writhed, twisted, and grew, like some parasitic creature gorging on my goodwill. It was a cruel irony. Each act of kindness seemed to tighten their grip. Dr. Levin listened, mostly in silence. His eyes were tired, the lines around them sharper than before. I could tell he thought I was close to unraveling. Or maybe I already had. "Have you considered," he said finally, "that what you're seeing might be a form of synesthesia, or some kind of neurological hallucination? Not literal shadows, but your brain's way of making sense of complex symptoms?" I nodded, but inside, something bristled. I knew what I saw wasn't just in my head. It was real in a way that defied logic. The shadows weren't figments, they were extensions of the suffering I couldn't unsee. And they were dangerous. Dangerous enough that I stopped noticing the people themselves. Their faces blurred behind the twitching darkness that clung to their bodies. I saw Mrs. Geller from down the hall, her shadow like a knotted mass of black thorns curling around her chest, pulsing with every shallow breath she took. I knew that pain. The kind that never left. I wanted to reach out, but the moment I did, the shadow jerked, as if pulling on my own nerves. I told Dr. Levin about it. About how the shadows reacted to me, how they seemed to grow stronger the more I tried to shrink them. He suggested therapy, medication, maybe even a controlled environment where I could confront these visions safely. But I had already tried to isolate myself, and that only made the shadows louder in my mind. Walking home through the empty streets, I passed by the corner store, a flickering neon sign buzzing weakly overhead. The smell of stale coffee and old newspapers trailed from inside. I thought about stopping, but the weight in my chest told me to keep moving. My hands trembled slightly as I shoved them into my pockets, the rough fabric of my coat scratching against my skin. I remembered what my sister had said earlier that week, during one of the rare phone calls we managed to have. "Maybe you're carrying too much," she said softly, her voice cracking. "Not just their pain. Your own, too." I hadn't wanted to admit it, but she was right. I had been trying to save everyone, hoping my presence alone might ease their suffering. But I had never paused to think about what I was losing in the process. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window, watching the streetlights flicker in the rain-damp darkness. The shadows were there, lurking just beyond the edges of my vision, less sharp now, less insistent. I realized then that maybe I didn't need to fight them head-on. Maybe I needed to understand them, to accept that some pain wasn't mine to fix. The next day, I called Mrs. Geller's daughter. We talked for a long time, mostly about small things, her mother's favorite recipes, the way she used to hum while knitting. I didn't mention the shadows. Not once. For the first time in weeks, I let the silence between us be comfortable, not charged with expectation. Later, I met Dr. Levin again. I told him I wanted to try a different approach, one where I didn't chase the shadows but acknowledged them, allowed them space without letting them consume me. He nodded, relief flickering across his face. "You're learning to live with it," he said. "Not fight it." I agreed, though it felt strange to admit. I had spent so long battling these distortions, convinced that surrender meant defeat. Weeks passed. The shadows remained, but their edges softened. They no longer surged like tidal waves when I reached out. Instead, they hovered like distant storms on the horizon, ominous, yes, but no longer overwhelming. I started volunteering at a community center, not as a healer, but as a listener. I sat with people, shared space without trying to erase their pain. Sometimes it was enough to just be there, to hold that fragile human connection. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and cast long shadows across the worn wooden floor, a young man sat across from me, quiet and still. His shadow wasn't as fierce as the others, more like a slow-moving fog curling at his feet. He looked up, eyes tired but grateful. "Thanks for not trying to fix me," he said. I smiled, a genuine one that reached my eyes. Sometimes, that's the best thing anyone can do. On the bus ride home that evening, the city sprawled beneath a fading pink sky. The hum of voices, the scent of rain on concrete, the warmth of the seat beneath me, it all felt sharper, more real. I wasn't cured. The disorder didn't vanish. The shadows didn't disappear. But I had found a way to live among them without losing myself. I thought about the people I couldn't save, about the limits of my empathy, about the way suffering isn't always a battle to be won, but a reality to be met with patience and grace. It was a hard lesson, but maybe the most human one of all. As the bus rumbled along, I closed my eyes briefly and breathed in the steady rhythm of life around me. The shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, quieter now, waiting. Not to consume me, but simply to exist. And for the first time in a long time, that was enough.